What's up, everybody? Good Sunday evening to all of you. Already chatting up a storm. What's good, Matty?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good, man. It's going good. Yourself?
Very well, thanks.
Good weekend?
A great weekend. I had a piece of artwork hand delivered to me after being muled from San Diego from the Philippines. So very happy to receive that. And
nice.
I got my crazy booklet here, but
are you gonna is that like a piece that you'll like post in your gallery soon kind of thing?
Soonish. Yep.
Yeah, soonish. Everybody's got their techniques with that, you know what I mean? Like what they do, like how they plan out of, okay, from the time they receive a piece to like when will they post it. A lot of collectors I've talked to, like if you ask them, there's like a strategy they have, you know what I mean? So it's
mostly for me, it's how I'm curating the squares on my IG so that I want it to have a certain layout over time. Okay. And so I'm not someone who posts all the time. I'll post once or twice a week. And so I want the CAF gallery to be able to catch up pretty quickly with what's already posted on IG and back and forth. So that's kind of the only guiding hand these days in that. And mostly what I, collect is death. So that's mostly what I've been posting. And even like just having announcements like this, I'm putting on the reels as opposed to putting on the tiles, which I think reaches more people anyways. So we'll see.
Yeah. I mean,
hate everybody in the chat for sure.
That's strategy for you, right? So everybody's got it. Everybody's got their own strategy, whatever. You try things that work, you see what works better or whatever.
Gothic Wednesday. That's my strategy. Gothic Wednesday. Blue Monday and Gothic Wednesday.
All right, let's see who's here tonight with us. I know you, like I said, you guys are chatting at the storm as always. I know we always get a nice crowd, and everybody loves these. I guess we call them the Stop the Insanity and Stop the Insanity adjacent shows. So we both, of course, appreciate all you guys being here all the time, and the fact that you really enjoy these shows. So it makes it a lot more fun for Matt and I as well, So yeah, but I'm obviously, guys, I'm telling you right now, one of the reasons that Matt, after he had to drop out as my partner in crime on these shows, I already explained to you guys that like the reasoning was because of it's Sunday nights, finish late, these 5-hour shows, 4 or 5-hour shows. It makes it really tough for him on his work schedule and makes it for a hard, upcoming week. And, so in order for him to sort of entice him back, we're going to try to do these shows from now on going forward in a tighter, more concise manner. Again, you guys know how that usually goes. Matt and I joke about it just before we went live, whatever. But we want to try. I certainly want to try for Matt's sake, if nothing else, right? So, so the aim is to try to get these done tightly in like about 3-ish hours. Definitely not 4 and 5, right? So again, we may fail. If we fail, hopefully not much more than that. But that's the aim. So because of that, I want you guys to know I apologize in advance, but I probably will, especially tonight with all the comments coming in. I will be skipping comments, okay? But let's jump in and see who's here. Hydra was here early. Hydra, what's up? I don't know if you're going to be here to watch or not. I know you came in just to leave your likes early. That usually means you're not going to be around. I don't know. But thank you. I appreciate it. Tom, as always, appreciate you. Southern Comic Geek, who I noticed has been part of the main reason for chatting up a storm. And what the fuck's up with that Rui ban? Matt's back, Rui ban. What the hell, man? Ruben. Oh, that's awful.
The E was the accent. He just typed it in wrong.
And he apologized.
And on the wrong letter.
Look at him. He's going wild. Wild, I say. What the hell? Wonder of monoprints. He's not going to be talking. This is not that show. So I doubt he'll be diving into monoprints,
Not taking the bait.
We'll be like gold in less than 5 years. What else? Man, you're just, I can tell. Hey, listen, I'm excited that you're excited, Jason. I love it. The fact that you're chatting so much means you're excited. You love these shows, so it's good. Gold Bars will take over Ruben's personal stash. I wish next to his Grumman Art and Harrison Mark stash. Nothing's as valuable as Harrison Ford stashes. We all know that. What's up, Peter? Good to see you. CJ, what's good? Another 7-day, CJ. I hope you're feeling at least a little bit better. No root beer float, man. I'm gonna sweat it out. What else we got? What else? Hey, John C. What's good, my fellow Kana? Good to see you, sir. And hellos all over the. What's up, Mikhail? 2 weeks in a row. What's up? What's good? What's good in Boston? Matt gives a thumbs up for blue lines and cut corners. He definitely loves the cut corners. We know that. He's the #1 proponent of cut corners on art. Yes, sir. Anybody who has watched us knows that very, very well. What else? JT, already become a regular. What is this? Your 4th, 5th episode in a row consecutive. What's good, JT? Always appreciate you because you came in as a newbie. You felt comfortable enough to start talking and chatting with everybody and making comments. And you're really active in the chat. So, yeah, love that. For somebody new to come in and be so active, I love it. All right. CJ, Southern Comic Geek again. Hellos back and forth. Sure, it's just a regular yellow shirt. It's actually a shirt that I realized I got to go to Mexico in January for a wedding. And I suddenly realized, I was like, oh, shit. Because I just buy clothes when I need it. And I realized, if I wait till January, there ain't going to be any summer clothes to buy because it's the middle of winter, over here. So I had to go out and start buying some T-shirts and shorts and stuff, whatever. Yeah. So that's all it is. That's all it is, Tom. Just a shirt, a very, very thin shirt, so it feels very light. Jason Ladwig, what's good? Good to see you, pal. And he is here. Nice. What's good, Hyder? Oh, my lovely wife. Happy Sunday to you, honey.
Happy Sunday, Vivian.
And, there you go. Look at that. Welcome back. Very nice. Very nice. Matt is the star. He's always the star. I'm never, even when I'm alone, I'm not the star of the show. Everybody's like, fuck, it's him alone again, every time. So they always beg. Like, where's Matt? When's Matt coming back? No matter what show I do. When's Matt? You should get Matt on for this show.
Until I'm here, then get Stingray, get anybody else in place, but that's fine.
What's up, Sean? The Clancy man. What's good? Nice, Jason. I don't think it's gonna happen. Like I said, I don't want to end up in El Salvador, so I think I'm gonna be sticking around here.
Do Sean Clancy and Mikhail, do they know that you? I think you both are in Massachusetts, right?
Well, Sean's not in Massachusetts.
Oh, Sean just grew up there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Sean's on the West Coast.
Right.
Yeah. I definitely am. Yeah, it's not quite canary yellow. It's not bright enough, but like a lighter yellow. Kenneth Bird, what's good? What's up in Virginia? Yeah. Virginia's for lovers, I hear. Is that the motto of the state? Do I got the right state? Virginia is for lovers. That's what I see, I think, on license plates. Virginia is for lovers. I think so. If I got that right. Sorry, Kenneth. Maybe you're not quite the lover I thought you were. Goth Wednesdays. What's good? What's happening Goth Wednesdays? That's going
usually
on.
When I post the new Death Commission.
Oh, right. Yeah. You've been on a crazy roll, and I noticed with your last, I think it was the last one that you noted that you, when you wrote in your description, I was like, oh, you mentioned something about how you've changed. Like, we all sort of change. A lot of us, not all of us, but a lot of us over time, our tastes change, right? And the things we collect, maybe we no longer collect, and we kind of go in different avenues. And I noticed that you mentioned that you're at that point where your kind of focus is pretty much just Death of the Endless and Sandman related stuff nowadays, right? Like, was that a purposeful desire to just, I'm going to focus on this? Or did you just kind of notice, hey, all I've been buying recently is death stuff?
I was the first person to ever have a death tattoo, and verified by Neal and by Karen and by the editorial staff at DC Comics.
That they know of, though, right?
I'm pretty sure. Sure. And when I got that Seven Faces of Death piece, it was months before that series had come out. It was really even before he had started illustrating in Sandman, before he got the gig to do the Death miniseries, Bocello.
Okay.
But and then I've got another one because that piece got basically fraudulently stolen at that convention. So I've got 2 death tattoos, and I've got another sort of Sandman related tattoo as well. And I was collecting death stuff in the early 90s. I was buying pages from Sandman. I was buying, a lot of Bocello art, and over time had to lose it for this reason or another. And when I got back into collecting commissions, my focus was kind of a little bit all over the place. And I was at first doing like these tributes to other existing pieces. I had a little bit of an unhappy outcome from a commission that I had bought, and then another not so thrilling commission that I bought. And then I realized, well,
you mean back to back?
Not back to back, but close. And so I decided that was going to be my focus. It became part of a bigger thing that I'm working on. So, there's a death related project that I'm working on that is at this point about maybe a year away from fruition. And
you're referring related to commissioning?
Yes. Like all the pieces that I've been collecting, and I've sent some messages out to other collectors that there's a massive project that will utilize these pieces, their pieces. And, as soon as I'm kind of done, that's so Merrimack Valley. It's a very Massachusetts thing in expression. But that, when it's all ready and I have everything laid out, then I'll announce. I'm not somebody that's going to start a Kickstarter. I'm just going to fund it. And, clearing some of the legal paperwork. Yeah. Because my thing is, if you believe in it, just pay for it. I've seen so many people that their 10 GoFundMe campaigns from the first one, they still haven't delivered on the first one. And so I'm just going to have it ready out there and soliciting, by the time we're ready to do it. But yeah, so there's sort of a method to it that does revolve around the fact that it is a character I'm fascinated with, but it goes a lot deeper than that. And it goes into the, everything connected to Sandman, the creators that have been connected to it. So there's going to be, people are always asking me to comment on Neil Gaiman, which I'm refraining from doing. But there'll be a lot of that in this project.
Okay. Very cool. Mm-hmm. Sounds very interesting. And so you figure that's about a year away before completion at least kind of thing?
Yeah. They'll be ready to announce in a year, have a street date associated with it, that type of thing.
Okay. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, well, who knows? Maybe as it progresses and you're getting close, and it's kind of time to go live with the news and all that. Obviously you do a video for your own channel, but be happy to come here and we'll do something about it. And now
absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be cool if you're happy to help and try to get the word out, man. So sure. Awesome. Hey, Caesar Jones has worked on Sandman. Kelly, you're obsessed with Kelly Jones. And we all know how that goes.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. So let me see. What am I going to do next? I am going to, just as I'm about to do the promos, Nicky B running off to dinner. All right. Catch you later, Nick. Have a good one. Those juicy steaks you always have at those fancy places you always eat at. You got to live well though, right? What's the point of living if you can't live well at some point? And yes, thank you, CJ. I appreciate that. Yeah, everybody, if you don't mind, please just hit that quick thumbs up right here, right below where I'm pointing somewhere would be nice. Thank you. And yeah, thank you again, Nick. Appreciate that. And now let me see. So let me do a couple of quick promos, folks. And let me jump in here and see who we are going to promo. So Lee is not here, but so our friend Lee Parmerter, who some of you met in person for the first time at San Diego. So that's cool. I'm like jealous that some of you guys keep getting to meet each other in person. That's fun. So that's really cool. Good to see pictures of you guys getting together at these places. So that's always fun to see. And good to see friendships being formed and forged, if you will. So so Lee came back. He doesn't do them too often, but he came back with a video this week, and it is a video talking about a bunch of art, showing a bunch of art that he got a couple of pieces in through the mail, but also the pickups he made in San Diego. And it's a fun episode, so I'm going to pop that link for you guys who may not know about the channel already and are not subscribed. And here is the direct link to that video. A lot of fun art. I had a fun time with that episode. Yeah, a lot of really cool. And my favorite one for that block, and there's things like Alex Ross in there, so you would think, oh, you know, a lot of people will pick that, and not that wasn't a great piece. He already posted that in his calf though, so I already commented there, so I didn't need to comment about that on his video. There's a Batman painted piece by Brian Haberlin that you should all check out. It's beautiful. A headshot. And I know you think headshot, what could be a big deal about a headshot? Who cares, you know? It's you guys check it out. It's a beauty. That was my favorite piece. And he got a bunch of pages from On the Road to Perdition by Piers Rayner, which is special and close to my heart. So he shows those. So yeah, please check that out. A lot of fun. All right. And so after that, and hello, Josh is back. What's good? What's good? And he said hi, Robbie. Look at that. Look who's here.
Hey.
First time attending Ruben's live show. Been hearing a lot of good things. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Look at Marcus saying hello. We had a fun vid. He did, CJ, for sure. Yeah. Hellos. Anyone know any experience displaying original art on linoleum? Yeah, this ain't the show for that. But if anybody in the chat can answer, by all means do. I actually, even if I had time, I don't have an answer for it, JT. Sorry. So yeah, don't know. Currently underrated. You're talking about the Haberlin, or yeah, who? I don't know. But yeah. So the next promo is for, I believe, Nicky B. So let me do that one and I'll get you the. I got a direct link this time. I don't often have one. So let me get that here. So for Nicky B. So everybody, let me tell you real quick. I will pop in the direct link to the show for this coming Friday. But also want to let you know that for this coming Friday show, Nick's going to have not only a selection of pages that are $100 and lower, all right, really honestly meant for to try to attract those of you out there who are comic guys who maybe haven't stepped into the original art market yet, right? An affordable way to maybe dip your toes into the market. So that's always a fun way to do it. Start small with cheaper pages. So he's going to have that, right? He's going to have the usual selection of a very affordable art. But at the same time, in this Friday show, he's also going to be breaking up a complete issue. And I actually have some pieces to show you of it. All right. And it is here. Let me cue some of these babies up. Get me a second here. Oh, man, I got so many images here tonight. All right, so let me see where I got all of Nicky's stuff. Yeah, so by the way, it's not from the book you might be thinking if you saw this past Friday show. So this is gonna be All-Star Batman #3 by John Romita Jr. and Danny Mickey. All right. And I've got here. I'm just sorry, but I want to order them. I'm gonna put them in order for myself. It's just easier for me that way. And I just got one more to do here. All right. So take a look at this. It's gonna be right in between. So I'll go here so it doesn't cover my face as much. So I'll give you some examples. Everybody. So here we go. Yeah. So Batman. Some action here. Again, John Romita Jr. from All-Star Batman #3, inks by Danny Mickey. And I know you're thinking about it, so I'm going to tell you right away. It is not what Danny's been doing for the last several years, where he wants to do it purposely on blue lines so that he can retain all of his inked pages. This is inked over the actual John Romita Jr. pencil. So it's pencils and inks, both original, same board. And yeah, that's the one example. Here's another one. I think that's from.
Funny, it looks like Kick-Ass.
It looks like. Oh, you mean the mask, right? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so that's another one. And then I've got, here's another example. Something that Mr. Red Jack, Brian himself would probably love for that card. Because it's got what do you call those guys again? I always forget the team. Marcus will
Royal Flush Gang?
The Royal Flush Gang. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Yeah, the Royal Flush Gang. Shit, could it be them? Could that be them up there? I don't think so. But there is a guy with the ace.
I know the ace of spades running his chest.
Yeah, I don't know. But pretty cool. And then one more example, everybody. Here's another one. And is that the penguin? Because I was like,
it looks like the penguin.
No, it looks penguinish, right? Yeah, so very, very beautiful line art. I love it. So yeah, don't forget to check it out. Tune in this Friday, and that will be at the usual 7 o'clock Eastern, as I always show you here, 4 o'clock Pacific. And yeah, so it should be a fun show with a lot of great art to potentially snag for your collections. Let me see. And then, let me see. Do I have one more? No, I think that's it. But there is one last thing I got to do. And I just wanted to thank one person. As I always do, a shout out to my newest subs. It was a quiet week this week. Only one sub. And as coincidence would have it, it's Roby Amor. That's Amore. Now, speaking of Roby
Amor,
oh, look here. Look who's been hiding. Holy crap, what is happening?
Who's hiding? I just drove all the way across Las Vegas at the speed of light just to jump into this conversation.
Yep.
Snap of the finger and you're there. It's like Nightcrawler power, you know?
I'm going to hand over the screen and I'm going to give him the mic to use so that you guys can speak freely.
Awesome. Sure. Come on in, man. Come on in. Great to see you, Jeff.
Hello. I'm using Matt's mic just to make it all the more confusing.
So what are you here for? What are you surprising us for? Because I'm shocked. I'm genuinely shocked. Yeah.
As it happens, shock and surprise and all that. I've been talking back and forth with Roby, your brand new subscriber, over the summer, getting some commission pieces set up. And he just was passing the word to me, hey, if you know anyone else who's interested, I'm opening up my commission list. I'm also opening up the portfolio and updating his calf gallery, which he hasn't done in 2 years, and trying to get some pieces posted. And I said, hey, why don't I see if Ruben will let me pop in for a minute and just make a little mention. So I believe you have a slide.
I do.
That we'll go through real quick to keep you on your 3-hour time schedule.
Yeah. Like snap. Oh, look, it appeared. Just like you appeared at Matt's house. Wow, how does this happen? But yeah, let me show what appeared in front of me just now. Wow, check it out.
Right. So anyone who's interested in picking up a piece from Roby, he's doing 9x12 commissions. Prices, I think, don't hold me to it. Roby can always throw into the chat, but I think they usually start around 175, 200. And then depending on, as you go full character, multiple characters, throw in some color pencil and stuff, then the prices go up. But he's offering the 9x12 pieces, and we can pop to the next slide.
Yes, sir. And we go to here on this one. Here we go.
And here's some 11x14 size pieces, including some color. Again, you can reach out to Roby for pricing on any of these ranges. I do like that Spider-Man.
Conversations are great too.
Yeah,
I love Sinestro.
Wars piece there.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's hit the third one.
And something else just appeared in front of me, Jeff. Should we check that one out too? Jeff?
I believe I have just lost my phone. Oh, there's my sound is back. Sorry about that.
No problem. I just said something else just popped in front of me. Should I show that one?
Yes.
Yes. Here we go.
Yeah. And so these are the collage pieces. So any of you folks that are also fans of Drew Struzan, Robbie very much is also a fan of the great Struzan. So some of these kind of lean in that direction. Again, you can reach out to Robbie. You can email him through his CAF gallery. I also believe we're going to have another slide coming up with his contact.
Yes, indeed. We've got another set of
a couple more examples.
Very lovely movie poster style stuff, man. I love it, man.
Yeah. Sam, why am I blanking on his name? The actor that played Flash Gordon. I just saw him in San Diego. He's still around. Sam Jones. Yeah, he's still around signing off.
I would. I don't think anybody would blame you for forgetting that guy's name. Come on now. I mean, we got Kiefer Sutherland here. Come on.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. But very lovely stuff.
One more.
And we got one more. Did you want to see the next one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's check it out. There we go.
All righty. So there's Robbie's email, Instagram, Facebook, all of those media platforms you can reach out on, most of which I'm still not sure how to use, which is why I come visit Matt. And he can talk to me about the gram or whatever. So I think that pretty much covers what I was going to drop in and say. And I can hand Matt back his headphones so he can still hear things that are going on. And thank everyone for letting me drop in for a minute.
Absolutely, man. Always glad to have you. Anytime, man. Anytime. I appreciate that. It's always good to see you, Jeff.
Yeah. And anyone that wants to see me again can come back on August 17th.
And that's what I was leaning towards. We will see you again in a couple of weeks. So that'll be a new show and tell episode. And well, let's not say anything because we got a couple of weeks.
Oh, we don't want to spoil it.
It won't. I mean, it's just because they'll think like
time to change our minds.
Let them think like, oh, but Jeff already did a show and tell. Like, why would he come back to do another one? Well, you'll see soon enough. When I get the thumbnail done, which I haven't gotten done yet, then you guys will see what we're doing. Something similar, but just a little bit different. But yeah, so it should be fun, and somebody else will be with us, and we'll keep that a secret too. Yeah.
There you go.
But look forward to it, man.
Good seeing you, Ruben. Matt,
thank you.
Thanks for the cheesesteak earlier.
Absolutely.
Matt bought me lunch.
Yep.
So I'll talk to everyone in the chat.
All right.
In an hour, because I still have to drive back across town because the light only works in one direction.
Yep.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Everybody.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, look who's back with us! Wow, he didn't abandon me. Wow, that's awesome. I appreciate that, Matt. Thank you, man.
My pleasure.
I know, Peter. You're always waiting for Harrison Ford. You saw some on. I think you didn't. We see some on Roby's slides. I think we saw some. I think did we? I don't know. But you can always.
Gene Hackman.
Huh?
Saw some Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman. That's true. Maybe that's what yeah, I did see Gene Hackman. But hey, if you want to get Harrison Ford, you can just reach out to Robbie, and you'll get one. So there we go. My jaw dropped to the floor, Jeff. Humbled, my friend. There we go. Yeah.
Well, Robbie, before you get inundated with emails, I'm going to send you an email tonight for a specific, very movie poster type design of something that I want, and it won't be too hard for anybody in the chat to guess what that's going to be. But I'll put it all in the email.
That's funny. All right. So, Maki, what's good, buddy? I heard they are opening a Zippy's in Henderson, Nevada. I don't know.
They opening a Zippy's in Henderson?
I haven't heard that.
No, we haven't heard about that.
Oh, why would you, of all people, in
information that we don't?
Yeah, why would you know that? That's crazy, man. That's funny.
All right, I'm actually going to sneak out.
Yeah, cool. Good to see you.
Later, bro.
I can lock it from here. Yep. Thanks again for dropping that off.
And Roby Amor thanks you.
Of course.
All right. Shit, Maki even knows it's coming in December. And my sentiment is just like Caesar's. What the hell's a Zippies?
It's a chicken place, right?
Isn't that a lighter?
Well, Zippo.
That's Zippo.
Yep.
Close enough. Oh, it's a chain from Hawaii. Interesting. Well, that's why I wouldn't know. It's kind of far off the mainland, you know? But, Jeff, grab some Sandman on your way out.
He dropped off some Sandman on his way in.
That's funny. Sticking around because this is a cool show. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. All right. So everybody, thank you again. Thank you all for hanging out. It'll be you know the way these shows usually go. Admittedly, it'll be a challenge to get this done in 2.5 hours. But I think we can do it. I'm still very confident.
Let's shoot for 3 from here. We'll shoot for 3 from this point.
Yeah, but like at the worst. But I'm still gonna try to shoot for 3 total. So let's do that. And yeah, man, we'll get the show on the road. I'll queue up these images. And so as a reminder to all of you and those of you who may be watching this on Rewind, I know you guys on Rewind, you know, most of you do not watch the entire show and you fast forward through it and stop along the way in a bunch of places. So you don't hear a lot of what I'm saying. But just in case you are listening and hearing this, so you know, we Matt and I, we're very big proponents of like being in this hobby for what we think are the right reasons. Of course, there are many reasons to be in the hobby, but why you buy art, and really, we really do feel that not only should you be, you know, your primary reason should be because you love the idea of owning the original artwork, right? But we are both and have always been proponents of, whenever possible, buy because you love it, because if you love it, the chances are you're gonna keep it for the long term. And ultimately, you know, when you do eventually, for whatever reason, feel you need or want to sell with it, chances are very, very high that you will do well on the return on your money when you do sell it. Whereas, as those of you who have obviously seen many of our past shows, the Stop the Insanity series in particular, you know now, we've shown more than enough examples, over 100, showing that roughly 85% of the time you are probably more likely to lose money if you do not hold the art for at least 5 years. And
there's an extra level to this, and it's something that it's funny in all the shows that we've done on the other way, not what we're going to talk about tonight, but the other way of selling short that we don't really address as much is that when people overpay and then lose money later, it's bad for everybody. It's bad for that person, clearly, who has overpaid for a piece, but then their overpayment becomes a record of what something's value is. And so it sends a signal to other people with similar pieces that their stuff is worth more money, and then other less informed collectors may overpay as well. And if you have a bunch of disenfranchised collectors, it makes the hobby smaller, and not in a good way. It makes it a bad market because people won't even be willing to pay fair market value because people abandon the hobby of collecting comic art. A lot of people have complained that this is a really difficult hobby to get into. I don't think that it really is, but I do think that it's hard to figure out how to get in, that it's hard to figure out what your starting budget is. It's hard to figure out, you know, what you should collect. And that's where personal taste becomes an issue for sure. And, you know, as we say, there's no bad way to collect, but there are bad things you can do that hurt your ability to continue collecting efficiently.
That's very true. Yeah. And it's good. And I'm glad you chimed in and said that. I mean, I was going to say some more and then hand over the you know, mic to you to see, you know, because I knew you'd have things to say as well about that subject, right? So I do appreciate you chiming in with that without me even having to ask, right? So yeah, everybody, but just so you all know, so for those of you who are too lazy to read the descriptions and whatever, that, you know, tonight's show is not called Stop the Insanity, although it is a Stop the Insanity production. It's essentially the same kind of thing in the sense that we are still promoting the same message, right? Buy because you love it and hold on to the stuff as long as you can. And that's the best way to do well financially when you do eventually want to come and get to that point where you want to sell your art. The only difference is that tonight, rather than show the examples of what happens when you don't do what we preach, tonight, and with this sort of new, hopefully ongoing series within a series, we are simply showing what happens when you do, right? We're just more proof of what happens when you do hold on to your art for 5 years or longer. So that's it. And I look forward to doing this. We'll see how it goes. You know, I was curious, Matt, because, you know, human nature is such that I guess people tend to, for whatever reason, however we explain it psychologically, the negative stuff seems to interest people more, right? Like bad news seems to get more attention than good news, right? And so I don't know how this will go, especially on Rewind, how it'll play for people.
But here's how you spin that, Ruben. Here's how you spin that, is that, people do tend to gravitate towards negative things, but they also gravitate towards things that help them make money. And this is hold for the gold. This is screen for the green. You know, this is how to maximize the things that you love in the hobby that you love, so that you can continue to collect and continue to get great value out of the work, aside from the number one value, which is having something that you enjoy around for a very long time that you can just look at and enjoy day after day after day. Sometimes, you know, having things for a long time, you'll start to appreciate them less. Other times, having things for a long time make you appreciate them more, that they just become more special to you. And I think that you have to respect that aesthetic and personal value to objects as well. And economists do not put this into their equations. One thing that Ruben and I do is that we understand the reasons why you collect. And so we want to give you a bunch of examples that are going to make you feel really smart about hanging on to that artwork for a bit longer. Yeah.
And let me also just add really quickly tonight, so you guys know, because I know sometimes some of you focus on, you know, because of the way we speak when we show the examples, you know, we'll be like, well, look at this guy. He bought it for this much, and then he sold it for that much, right? And so you're thinking in terms of, wow, we don't know who the guy is, but we know it's this particular guy who lost this much money, right? Tonight, there will be examples, and I'll tell you which ones they are as we get to them, but there are examples where I'm showing you this transaction here at this time, and then I'll pop up another slide with the transaction when it sold again at this time. But in some examples, there are times where that piece actually sold more times in between, right? But I don't have proof of how much, you know, they actually sold for, because they were traded publicly, privately, but not through the auction system.
Right.
And so since the point is just to show, look what happens when you hold for this much time. Look what happens when you hold for this much time, or what could happen, right?
So this is more about the actual value of the object than necessarily how it's benefit any particular buyer.
Any particular person. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's all I want you guys to know, is that there will be times where we're just showing the first transaction is not the same person who also then held it all that time and sold it. We're just going to show you that, hey, they may not be the same person, but if that first person who sold it hadn't sold it, right, and they had held it for this much time, look how much you can gain, right? Keep holding it for that long. So the message still remains the same, regardless of who benefited or not, you know?
Yep.
So that's it. You ready to go, Bob?
Ready to go.
Because I'm ready. All right. So return on investment greater than return of t-shirt. Why did you ask me that, by the way, Marcus? Why did you ask me if I buy t-shirts and then return them a year later? Like, I don't get that. Do you? You're laughing. Is it because you know what I mean? Matt,
no, he's busting your balls. It's great.
Okay, I don't get it. But okay, yeah. Let me get back to the images, everybody. And
maybe it's a return on investment rather than a return on investment.
Yeah. And just so you guys know, tonight Sometimes you guys wonder what if there's any sort of particular order that I've set the pieces up in. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. For the Stop the Insanity series, not really. I just kind of like to mix them up. For tonight, it's the first time we're doing this, so it's what I call an experiment. It's a bit of an experiment. So I thought, let's see how it goes and see how people like it. If we do it in terms of setting up the examples from by time, in other words, the time held. So from the least, so the first example will be the one that was held on to, the shortest amount of time, and then the final example will be the one that was held on to for the longest amount of time. So as we go, the hold times get longer and longer and longer. So just so you know in advance. And then if in future episodes, who knows? Maybe I'll just mix them up, and it might be more interesting that way. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see what happens tonight. So let's see. So Matt, can you condense what Ruben said in 2 sentences or less? Mike, you think that's funny? I'm gonna get you motherfucker. Matt speaks fluent Rubenese. He does. He's had enough practice,
I have.
Buy in quick, flip, just do it. Okay. So the first example, everybody here tonight, all right, is this one. And Matt, I'm gonna hand this one. I'm gonna let you start off. How about that? Are you good with that?
Sure.
Yeah. It's always me first, though. That's just might as well throw another little wrench into it and do something different. Here's the first piece, everybody. Check this out.
Al Milgrom and Steve Leialoha. So
two, not one, everybody, but two.
This is now. Does this come with the color guide, or you're just showing the page?
I'm just showing. No. Yeah, that's the page. Yeah.
So here we're looking at Secret Wars 2. Now this is really interesting because Secret Wars 2 was one of the single most reviled comics by critics in its publishing era. Almost universally panned. But it was another, multi-character way of bringing all the heavy hitters together for a battle. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of battle in this series. There's just a lot of kind of talking heads. It's more like a soap opera than like a SummerSlam. Now, Al Milgrom, no longer with us. Is Steve Leialoha still alive?
Oh, he's with us.
Yes.
Milgrom's with us, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So now, since his Marvel days, Steve Leialoha became the inker of note on Fables, is part of a massively Eisner Award-winning team that won. I think that book itself won more Eisners than any other single book. And so there is nostalgia for the era. This is a sale from 5.5 years ago. $660 for a Secret Wars 2 page. At that time, I think is probably a pretty average price. It wasn't like they got it at a great deal, but it's clearly signed by the inker at the bottom of the page. And it seems to actually be missing a couple of word balloons, like 3 word balloons are missing from this artwork.
Yep. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. At least 3. Yeah. 4, maybe. Yeah.
Possibly 4. So, yeah. Let's look here. We know, right?
Or maybe a caption and some 3 balloons or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, if anybody were to guess, where do you think this would end up in 5 years?
Yeah, exactly. Because Matt, I have to say, like, it's what you said earlier about one of the most universally reviled series, if you will, right? Let me come back to you guys before we show what it sold for. But you're so right about that, and I really have to sort of say, just to sort of add to that, it's shocking to me when you have something. It just goes to show what, like, the way that readers, collectors, comic fans in general, how attitudes change over time. Yeah. Because you're right. There's nothing that you said about that statement that was wrong, right? I remember at my store, every store in my neighborhood, no matter where you walked into, when that thing was coming out, it was so reviled. The artwork was so reviled. The story reviled. Like, it was just people bought it. And listen, I even admit, I still bought it, Because whatever, you're a comic fan, you buy Secret Wars 1, you got to buy number 2. Let me just see, maybe it gets better, whatever, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and pretend it was good just because I bought it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then you have all these decades later, suddenly nostalgia or something hits. But here's the thing, and this is what I'm curious about, Matt. What do you think it is that 40 years go by, or close to 40 years, and suddenly people start thinking, like, because I'm thinking, to me, I got to say, this is an example of, well, I can't afford Secret Wars 1 art really anymore. I just love the name Secret Wars. It's still a bunch of heroes on the page, and I think it's more about that. Like, it's just a way to get a bunch of heroes.
I agree. I think in this particular page's case, it's got Wolverine on it.
Wolverine, right?
Wolverine by an artist who worked on X-Men. You know, Milgrom did work on some X-Men comics that were written by Chris Claremont. And so by the time Secret Wars 2 came out, understand that Wolverine had only appeared in a handful of comics that weren't X-Men comics. Now there's the Frank Miller miniseries had come out by the time of Secret Wars 2, and the Kitty Pryde and Wolverine series had come out. And I believe Al Milgrom worked on the Kitty Pryde and Wolverine series.
Yeah. Which I enjoyed, by the way. But
is a fun, and it's also, it's written by a decent writer,
Yeah.
So if you're looking for something of that era that's got Wolverine on it, the price point on that stuff is through the roof. So
for sure.
To be able to pick up a kind of deeper page from a not so beloved series that still has Wolverine on it, I mean, $650 or whatever seems like a fair price to pay. But honestly, by today's standards, you wish you could still pay $650 for something like that.
Exactly. And with that perfect cue, let us show everybody what happens just over 5 years later. And just might as well verbally say it. Good evening to you, Chuck. And you're right, because we always say that at that age range, no matter how bad something is, the kids just seem to love it. So 12 to 14, for sure they did. So, it's no, exactly, Peter, not a burger page. So let's see what happened here. And here it is. Check this out, everybody. So 5 years and 3 months later, it ended up selling at Comic Link for $4,080 for a gain in the person's pocket of $2,740. And this is on a purchase of like $600 and change. $2,740 was the profit in his pocket. But for over 400% gain. I mean, that's just outrageous. I'm like, you know what, Matt? I feel like in spite of what you and I felt, and and what everybody back then felt about the art and the story, I feel like, I don't know. I feel
like that the individual pieces in this series are worth more than the sum of its parts. Right. That it's not like there's one page that's absolutely terrible. It's the way the story was constructed. So in a way, an individual page from this series is better than understanding what the next page and the next page and the next page, how they sort of threaded together. And it's got a lot of people on it. It's got cool characters. The most shocking aspect of this is that it's missing word balloons. And usually a page that is missing lettering is gonna, feel a little bit of a blowback, that people don't necessarily want an incomplete page. But in this case, it didn't matter. And, this person now looks like a genius. A 5-year investment of $650 that brings back that net gain of over 400%. This is a smart strategy. Yeah.
I gotta say, I was really surprised though. I mean, to me, I was just like, wow, like think about it, $4,000 for, like, if you think about the fact that at $4,000 for something that was or almost universally, there's always exceptions, like Chuck was saying with the younger kids, but almost universally reviled, both story and art, right?
Yeah.
And that, 40 or 35 years later, 37 years later, that can still, garner $4,000 a page. imagine if it had been something that like a good art, like a really sort of more well-known, well-regarded artist, no offense, sorry, Al, had done. I'm like, shit, that means this page probably would have even sold, you know, what, 6,000, 7,000, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah, you've got to wonder how, like, is this just the beginning? Because I feel it is. I feel if that thing sells for $4,000 today, I'm like, the higher that the original Secret Wars pages go, I feel like this is just the beginning. This is the beginning of us starting to see other Secret Wars 2 pages start to sell, as long as they have the good characters, right? The Wolverines.
The good characters. And now something to say about the artwork, and without, you know, this is obviously, we're going to be entering into some, subjective territory here. But looking at the rendering on that page, that's not worse than the John Romita Jr. run on Uncanny X-Men. That's not worse than some of the early Silvestri work on X-Men. I mean, it's like, it's just journeyman stuff. And that's, by Milgrom standards, a fairly strong page. And maybe it's because he's got Steve Leialoha inking him. But so, I mean, if you're going to like compare the price of that to like a not so great page from X-Men 201 or 202 or something like that. So clearly not talking about the Barry Windsor Smith fill-in issues or any of the Art Adams stuff, but that the if you just look at panel to panel, compare panel to panel in the rendering, I'm not a huge fan of that early John Romita Jr. stuff.
I know.
He's a penciler.
We know you're not, because we had that discussion, and you know I'm vehemently on the other side, you know, opposed to your view of that. But Chuck is on my side when it comes to that. He's like, bull, nope.
Well, Chuck also said that 12 to 14-year-old kids loved Secret Wars too. I was 14 when that came out, and all the other kids at the comic shop I was hanging out at thought it was crap.
Yeah,
but I mean,
yeah.
you know, we weren't C students. You know, we were A students.
No, that's true. That's true. But he is right in the sense that, you know, for a fact, even though you hated it at that age, there's always, at that age, there's always that select group of kids who just, they pretty much love anything with their favorite characters in it. So he's not wrong. There are plenty of 12-year-olds, right, that were buying it and, oh, yeah, I love this, right? Like, they're going to be out there. And think about it. I think he's right. The person that bought that is probably, I'm willing to bet, and of course, it's just a guess. There's no way to know unless they come forward and tell us. But I'm willing to bet that the person who bought this piece at $4,000 is probably somebody in their 40s rather than in their 50s. That's my guess. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Totally. Yeah, I mean, nostalgia is an important play, and I will never bag on nostalgia. Nostalgia is a very, very powerful drug. I am susceptible to it, but, you know, having been around at that time and having been a comic reader who worked at a comic book shop as like a kid getting paid in comic books, you know, for that shop, I was being sort of bred by the older kids to have better taste in stuff. And so that type of thing just really didn't appeal to me. But I had to read some of that because I was an X-Men reader. Yeah. So I was reading X-Men on the newsstand. And honestly, I mean, I remember clear as day that, like, looking at some of that Milgrom work, and I knew Milgrom from some of his other work in other comics, but that it wasn't so different. Like, the artwork, I feel in some way is the least of that comic's problems. But again, when you isolate it page by page, it ages better. Like, it's just like each individual page just captures the, you know, the action in the case of that, like some less than 9 panels. So like, as a piece of comic nostalgia, as a piece of comic history, as something that's got good characters in it, you know, popular characters in it, in a much less expensive way of being able to get it, it completely makes sense. And I haven't seen a lot of Secret Wars 2 pages out there for sale.
Well, so, no, because Al kept like the vast majority of his art throughout his career, so he still has most of that stuff, if not all of it. That's why, you know. I'm willing to bet big money that page came from his consignment. So, yeah, more than likely did. But you are right. Let me pop this back up real quick, even though we got to move on. But Robert says someone in their 50s was 12 to 14, 40 years ago, right? But it was more like closer to like 37 years ago. And I know you're going to say, well, you know, 37, 40, what's the difference? But I do want to point out, Robert, there is a difference in that. I remember back in the day when that came out, and I guess I think that was 1988, if I'm not mistaken, 87, 88, something like that, Secret Wars 2. So I was 17 or 18, and at that age, I could speak for myself. At that age, I was already way more well-versed in recognizing better quality art versus lesser quality art than I was just 3 and 4 and 5 years previous. So it does, at that in those early ages, 3 and 4 years gap does make a big difference, What is that possible, Robert, though? Because I thought Secret Wars
85 to 86. 85 to 86. Yeah? So I was 14 when that came out. Yeah.
That's interesting because I thought Secret Wars was from 84 to 85.
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't think it came out like right after.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I think that, the 80-45 is the first Secret Wars.
85? Yeah, 80-45 is the first Secret Wars is what I remember, yeah.
Did they rush it out within a year?
I don't remember it being rushed out that quickly. No.
Secret Wars 2 #1 is April 1985.
Really? April?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yep, that's crazy.
All right, it is what it is. I don't know. But look, one thing that hasn't changed and that we are certainly right about is that anybody who remembers those times back then, again, it wasn't just at my shop. It was at other shops in town. So it was like universal, the feelings for the art especially, right? And the story. And you're saying too, you and I, well, you at the time, were you still in Massachusetts or had you gone down south? You were still in Massachusetts?
Yep.
Right. So still, even down south, even only 5 hours away from where I was or where I am still, you guys you remember the feeling was mutual back then,
I grew up in a college town, so Boston's a college town. So there were a lot of, quote unquote, smart kids around, and so it's not necessarily like Southern Comic Geek was saying that, he was younger and maybe his brain wasn't as developed as mine. I think that has less to do with what your peer group was. I hung out with older kids. And so aside from whether or not I was particularly smart or not, there was also that added level of the kids that I was hanging out with were in college or were very, very deep readers of more than just comic books, of deep science fiction, of fantasy, of well-written things. And so that really plays into it. And, there's also, I think it was Robert Berman who mentioned that he stopped collecting comics and started collecting CDs. What's funny is that, I found that comic book shop right down the street from the heavy metal record store I'd been buying all my imports from. So there was a lot of crossover between the two where I was both buying music and buying comics and had to make hard decisions about what I was going to buy. But as an employee of a comic shop, I got to read whatever I wanted to. Yeah. And I would pick up stuff like, West Coast Avengers and look at it and be like, oof, and just put it right back on the rack because it was clearly no work was being put into the development of most of those stories. But and X-Men was above it, but to stay up on your X-Men, you had to read some of those comics.
For sure. Chuck just wants to say that he wants to go on record as saying that he did hate Secret Wars 2, but he doesn't think that Al Milgrom should be compared to John Romita Jr. or Silvestri. Milgrom was much weaker comparatively speaking. And I absolutely agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. But particularly on the penciling, although he was even very maligned for the inking. But on the inking, depending on who it was, sometimes he actually did a pretty good job and others really not good at all. It was weird. So he was very maligned back in the 80s. But what I want to finish with is this, and we'll move on to the next example. Regardless of what we think, because we did get carried away a bit in terms of, what we think about the artwork, whatever. The point being, and this is what the whole point of the show is regardless of what we think about it, look what happens. Somebody buys the page for what even at the time was like, $600. I guess that's okay, but it's kind of like, I don't know how much more it's going to go for. But 5 years and 3 months later, oh my God, 8 times your whatever, 6 times your money or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like it's over 400%. There you go. And that's only 5 years. And yes, I say only, right? I know to those of you who think, with a financial look all the time, and those of you who like to flip and try to just love the action of it all and try to resell 2-3 years later. I know you feel 5 years is a long time. It's really not. If you're focused on just collecting, it's not. right?
And
I'll
state the obvious that I
Yeah.
don't think most collectors of comic book art consider themselves investors. And I think a lot of those who consider themselves investors really aren't. Because I think, as you know, if you're going to be an investor, your house is paid off, your car is paid off, you've got, some money in the stock market. And then things like comics and collectibles are this other sort of like backup investment. It should never be a primary investment. But
exactly.
And so when you think in terms of real financial investments, you're looking at 10 and 20-year investments.
Right. And that's the thing, right? What I was thinking before we even went live, like earlier as I was sort of prepping for the show, it's like when we say things like, later you guys are going to see examples of things that, they were sold after 11 years, 15 years, and, whatever. And I know that when it sounds like a long time to you, that tells me that you're focused more on wanting to make the money, and you're more sort of focused on wanting to, the investment, my return on the investment. But when you are truly, this is how I know when somebody's truly focused with their first priority, the main priority is collecting and just enjoying, who they are, because when they've owned things for 10, 15, 20, 25 years, they're not thinking about it because they're buying because they love it, and they just keep collecting and adding to the collection year after year after year. So when you're just doing that, you don't really put any thought to as, hey, how long have I had this? No, it's in your portfolio and you're just enjoying it for all those years, and that's it. When you're constantly thinking like, ooh, like, oh, how much is this worth now? It kind of shows that you bought it more for investment purpose. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's fine. If you want to invest in art, it's fine. But we just want to say, I think we've shown it enough already. If you're going to invest in art, truly invest. Don't short-term try to flip. It's a mug's game. It's a loser's game most of the time. So, all right, let us go to the next piece, everybody.
Half hour on the first piece. All right, let's go.
So the next piece here is yes. Let's check this out. And Matt, why don't you take it again? Here we go. A Silver Surfer issue number 104, page 6, by Tom Grindberg and Bill Anderson.
So not big names, but a nice Silver Surfer page. That's pretty much all I have to say about this. Yeah, beautiful heads, lovely storytelling there. Yeah, nice emotions. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot too. I'm somebody who what I've noticed about the Grindberg run on the Surfer is a lot of it I actually don't like. Most of the pages, they don't do anything for me, but in every issue, he did a series of pages that are like very impressive, where he does this kind of stuff, close-ups, splashy panels, and those pieces look beautiful, So it's kind of a, it's not a run that anybody particularly remembers as, oh yeah, the Grindberg Silver Surfer run, in that matter, right? But here we go, $336. It's kind of like, yeah. It's a I guess what it was worth in 2019, and let's see what happens. The person tucked it away and then held on and resold it in April of 25. So just a couple of months back, held on to it for 6 years, just a little over 6 years in a month. Yeah, and for a 226% gain, or 67% in percentage terms. He, again, it's only slightly over a year more than we say should be the minimum. And remember, guys, we've shown more than enough examples as well, where like when you only hold for right around the 5-year mark, right, whether it's 4 years and 9 months, or sometimes it could be 5 years and 3 months. We've shown examples where you basically still lose, in the sense that most of the time, it's a wash. It's either a negligible gain or a negligible loss. It's negligible enough that you basically say, okay, well, yeah, it's a wash. There's no money made or lost. It's just a wash, And there's kind of the proof. It's proof that the value starts to finally generate after the 5th year. If your intent is to sell at auction, obviously, because the fees take a big chunk out of your
your ROI in other words. But yeah, I don't know.
Since we're, since it's above 20%, money was made. Another important thing to consider about the timing on this, not the timing per se in just holding it more than 5 years. This is somebody who sold on the rumor. So in other words, in April, which is now already, believe it or not, 4 months ago, it's before we saw a lot of the Fantastic Four movie. And so it was smart, considering how Marvel films were being received, to sell before you really saw the Surfer in any of the materials, right? And so like people who may be investing on the strength of there being a Marvel movie that's going to feature the character might want to invest in that a little bit late. And if it's not good, then the prices fall on things. Original artwork is less motivated by that type of value change than comic books, but it's still a thing. And so I think if they had waited just another 4 months, this piece probably would have gone higher.
Yeah, well, look at this, Matt.
It was smart to sell when they did, because who knew the Fantastic Four movie?
Right, no, yeah, exactly. You can't tell the future, exactly. So the thinking behind it was correct, right? Like, I get it,
Textbook way to do it. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, look what some of these guys are saying. They were expecting, Tom was expecting 18 to 22. Stanley was guessing 15. Tom even thinks that, wow, it went cheap. Even Marcus is like, that's it?
Yeah, because we're already in August and there's a Silver Surfer back in the MCU. So, I mean, we have this on our minds right now.
Yeah. What's up, Philip? No, but exactly. I think the timing was good. I mean, it was well thought out. So yeah, can't complain about that. What is the lead time of sending your piece to Average Comic Link, Comic Connect, and seeing it actually hit the auction block? Oh, it could be anywhere from 3 to 6 months, depending on who, Robert. Yeah, it's long. And then
don't forget, collection, it can be years. If you've got a lot of stuff around, it can be years.
Yeah, exactly. Well, but that's the thing, Marcus. Why bother selling for this return? But you don't know when you sell, right? You don't know what he's expecting, right? You don't know what he's expecting or what he's thinking, right?
Double his money.
So that's it. Stingray. And here, so let me come back to you guys. And again, I don't know why these little figurines, maybe they're too small. I don't know why these little figurines don't. Even when I try to hide and make the figurines the focus of attention, they can't focus. The damn camera doesn't want to focus on them. But anyway, Stingray for you, baby. Woo! I got my Maxima and I got Stingray. That's awesome. Okay. So yeah, who knows? But look, the point is, he enjoyed it. He had it for a handful of years, a little bit more than a handful of years, right? And then ultimately, there's nothing wrong with that profit. He got his money back. He enjoyed it, and he made a profit on top of it, even after having to pay the fees, right? So,
and when he bought it in 2019, maybe he was reading, that Tradmore series and couldn't afford a Tradmore piece, and maybe by virtue of selling that piece and adding a little bit of cash to it, got a Tradmore piece. I mean, we can't get into the philosophy behind these things, but I think he did the right thing. If he was going to sell it, he did the right thing. If that Fantastic Four movie had tanked, we'd all be thinking he was a genius front loading when he did.
Right. All right. Let's keep rolling. So the next piece of interest to me, not probably to very many of you, if any of you. But let's check this out. We don't often have strip art examples, but I found this one and I thought this would be interesting. So a Cisco Kid from the first year of publication, purchased for $1,792 at Heritage. And to me, just in case you guys who are not really into this and don't know anything about it, when you talk about comic strips and you think, okay, well, what constitutes like a great example or a very good example? Different collectors with strips are looking for different things, and it also depends on what strip it is. For me, this has For me, it's an A-level strip, because for me, when I started collecting Cisco Kid, what I was looking for first and foremost was great images of Cisco Kid, especially ones that really show great views of the flower embroidery pattern on his shirt. Because again, for those of you who don't know, Salinas hand painted that with white paint every single time. It's not like he had a bunch of, sort of
stencils or something,
right, that he could lay down and for different angles of the shirt or whatever, right? He had to paint that every single time, every single day. So it's fabulous. It's just beautiful, beautiful rendering, and the pants everywhere. So for me, that's the main thing. Great shots of Cisco. And so for me, what keeps it from being like an A+ type strip is I'm never a big fan when the panels don't have any background art to them. So that bugs me, whatever. But I just love the main images enough to where I feel, yeah, it's a pretty high level strip. Whether you think it's B+, A, or whatever, it's not important.
Let me say this too, that I would agree that I think this is at least an A- because it's the main character in all three panels, a beautiful close-up in the center panel, two different types of artwork with paint and ink, very well rendered by an extremely technical penciler. But what's surprising to me about this is that back in 2018, there weren't a whole lot of strips that were selling within striking distance of $2,000 a piece. And Western art, I didn't think was a huge thing in 2018. So this price surprises me a little bit, which means that the resale price is going to absolutely shock me. But it also instills in me a little bit of satisfaction that strip art is being appreciated, because I think strip art is the most underrated sequential collectible out there, that you can get amazing pieces of strip art relatively inexpensively.
Yeah, well, I can add actually, as as a collector of this stuff, I can say that by 2018, they did begin already. They had already begun to sort of come into that 12 to 1800 range. They were no longer cheap, like 3 digits or whatever. Yeah. What's up, David? Good day to you.
Hey, David.
Impressive how much work went into the jacket. Yeah. It's a shirt, but yes, absolutely. And every day, by the way, Peter, for like 19 years. Every single day, 6 days a week for 19 years. So pretty crazy stuff. And there you go. Great.
Yep.
See you, Patrick, of course. And yes, sir, the shirt, of course. Strip probably matches up with the day the collector bought their boat. What? John, only you, John. But okay, let us see what happens here. And so 2018, 1792. And then held onto it and resold it again, I believe, at Heritage. Yes, Heritage. So 6 years, 11 months, so just under 7 years, and yeah, sold for $42.50. That's and again, keep one thing in mind, guys. Strip art does not, in general, right? For the most part, strip art has never climbed at anywhere near the rate that mainstream superhero comic book art, has gone up. So keep that in mind. So with that in mind, yeah, this is phenomenal. Like, wow. This is what I would say was more a case of just more and more people over time, started to catch on to like how beautiful and affordable the Salinas Cisco Kid stuff was. And so they started wanting to get examples. And so that started driving up prices. And it's more due to that. Just people recognizing the quality of the strip, because I started collecting this strip in 2001, and they were averaging about $175 back then.
I mean, I've got a beautiful Salinas page from an Italian Giallo type comic, and I got it embarrassingly cheap. But again, it didn't have an American daily audience. But I've known Salinas as an incredible artist for years. Was he saying incredible 19 years? I don't know what the 19 years thing is about, but
oh no, he was just saying because when I said that Salinas did this every day, 6 days a week for 19 years.
Oh, right, yeah. And he was also working on other stuff. I mean, he's one of Argentina's most celebrated illustrators.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's it, Josh. That's what I'm saying, right? It's for the most part, the majority of it just, does not climb in value the same way that superhero stuff does. Only some exceptions,
He's certainly not a household name among comic collectors or even really most strip collectors probably. But for those who know, they know. And I mean, that's really all you need in this hobby is a group of collectors that want stuff. And that can really be a tipping point for any particular strip, for any particular artist. I think that there was a really, really rich time in the republication of strips that probably happened in the late 80s and early 90s where people started to see things that they had never seen before. I mean, that's certainly when Winsor McKay, becomes an artist that fine art collectors are looking after. It's certainly when you start to see like Dick Tracy art appreciate. So, I mean, I can't stress enough. I think that there's so much good stuff in strips. The hardest part about strips is getting an element, enough of story to tell you what the strip is about in only 3 panels.
Oh yeah, exactly. And this does that. Yeah, and let me also, hold on, sorry everybody. I'm having trouble, for some reason, I'm having trouble connecting. Okay, sorry. A little glitch there, everybody, but this is just my response to Stanley saying, is this better than a Garfield strip? I just want to say, it's 2 completely different things. So it's not one better and one not, right? One is cartooning and one is more illustrative art. So that's it. Sorry. There we go. Okay. And I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry. They distracted me. Did you ask something at the end there?
Nope. Let's go on to the next one.
Okay. But I did want to just quickly, let me get back to the comments here. I want to say hello. Where is it? There we go. Stevening. What's happening?
This is the Stevening?
Stewart's brother.
Yes.
Stewart's brother. Yeah. But he's the one who does all he does all the talking for his brother. His brother's never on social media talking or whatever. It's always Steven, So yeah, man. Yeah. Thanks for reminding everybody. Of course, yeah, the classic Charles Pelto at Classics Comics Press. And he's just now, hi honey. He's just now finishing the complete collection, the 19-year collection of Cisco Kid. I'm currently waiting for the 8th volume of the collections to be shipped to me. So that's a lot of fun. Excuse me. Great to see you. Drop in, Steven.
And awesome. I just thought of this, and I just thought to mention this. 1951. That was that strip.
It started, yeah.
And that particular strip was from 1969.
Sorry?
So the one that you just showed us was published.
Oh, that was the 1951 version.
So right in the middle of Western comics being the biggest thing on the planet.
Yeah.
So Western, horror, romance. Superheroes, not a big deal.
Right, back then.
So perhaps the biggest audience that sequential illustration would have until 1991.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. In the 1950s, was it 50s into the 60s? But in that era, let's just say, just so nobody says, ooh, you were wrong. 50s or 60s or part of both of those decades, there was a period of time where for at least a solid decade, 8 of the top 10 shows on television, top rated shows, were the Westerns. Yeah, that's crazy, man. So
Gunsmoke, Davy Crockett, Daniel Boone, Big Valley, Bonanza, absolutely.
Yeah. Amazing how times change, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let us keep it rolling. Here we go. Jump into this one. What do you think about this one, Maddie? Tell me about this. What do you think about this purchase in 2018?
Bagley cover of Amazing Spider-Man.
I love it, by the way. I've always loved this cover.
I like Bagley, you know, and of course he's part of the, you know, he was seen in his, when he first came on as Spider-Man, he follows McFarlane and then Larson, who are like these incredibly popular artists. And, you know, Bagley, of course, co-creates the, you know, the Carnage character, which wind up becoming a very popular character. But I don't think that his art was seen in the same, as being on the same level as McFarlane or Larson. But he stood the test of time. He was the artist on Spider-Man as part of the longest single artist, single writer collaboration in the history of comics.
Oh, yeah.
Ultimate Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So going back and finding Bagley stuff that's before that run, that's Spider-Man, I think is probably a pretty good idea. It is a very dynamic cover. You know, it's you want to know more by looking at it. So it follows all the rules of what a comic cover should do. And in 2018, even for a Bagley cover on Spider-Man, that's probably about average.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I agree. So let's take a look. We've got a couple of guesses coming in, both of them at the same level, around 20K, over 20K.
I mean, if this sold this year, it could easily be closer to 30K, right?
Yeah. Let's see what happens, shall we? Here we go.
Oh, $40,000. There you go.
Yeah, think about it, Matt. 20,000 was just the person's profit margin after the fees. After the fees, right? That's wild, man. That is wild. And that's only 7 years, just under 7-year hold. I mean, 6 years, 11 months. That's wild, man.
And I'll tell you what, the person who bought that is really happy they have it because it's a beautiful cover.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great one. And for those of you, of course, thinking, oh, wow, so I only need to hold for like about 7 years and I could go from like 13 to 40. Well, no, remember, every piece is different, right? The popularity of the characters has a lot to do with it, the artist, you know. So this is obviously top shelf in the sense of, you know, one of the, if not the most popular and sought after character in the hobby, right? So obviously the more popular, the higher the degree of return tends to be over time.
And from the original series, from ASM, as opposed to Spectacular or Web or any of the others.
Yeah. 3 Spy Villains, Tombstone, Craven, Chameleon. What about them?
All referenced on that Tombstone, yeah.
All referenced, right. And I love the fact that it's so dramatic, the way he's picking it all up and he's about to slam it down on him. I love that. Yeah, it's really cool. That's a big piece. Nice. Being Craven the Hunter really helped. You mean having him as his half brother or whatever? Cab, what's good, Cab? Good to see you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I'm not fan of all the things. Okay, anyways. But yeah, look at that, man. I mean, wow. Fantastic. Almost $21,000 gained. And of course, on a percentage basis, it's significantly less than some of the other examples we've seen so far, right? But that's the nice thing, is that when you're buying sort of higher end art, you don't need the percentage return to be so high, because doubling only, let's say only, quote unquote, only doubling when you're spending 5 figures means you're making 5 figures guaranteed, right? So there you go. So there we go. All right, let's come back to you here. And we got a perfect one to follow up with, everybody, because Matt even just kind of mentioned as he was talking about that run of artists that were doing the title. So this works really, really perfectly. And again, I didn't do this on purpose. It's coincidental because of how long the person held it for. So it's slotted in right perfectly after the Bagley. Let's take a look at this piece. And it's another Spidey cover. Check this out. Number 311 by the aforementioned Todd McFarlane from 2018. And at Comic Link, picked up for almost a 6-figure price, $91,000. What do you think?
$400,000 cover.
I was going to say, you look like a man who wants to say something. Matt, say that again.
This is a $400,000 cover.
Yeah, I mean,
look how much better the pencils are than the published piece.
Oh yeah, well, of course. I mean, come on.
Not always. I mean, and not always with.
No, but most of the time, though. But most of the time, come on. In all fairness,
that is. I mean, this is in the original ASM run. There's only what 20-odd McFarlane
Yeah,
covers.
I don't know the number, but it's not much. It's really not much. So
it's a beauty. I mean, Mysterio, who's a villain you didn't give a rat's ass about until this comic came out.
Yeah, Stanley's going at 2K. All right, well let's show them. So let's see what happens here. 91,000 purchase price, everybody, and he held on to it for. Ba-boom! Look.
Oh yeah, I did go for more than 400,000.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Yeah, and check it out. Only 7 years again. 7 years and a month, man.
Yep.
Holy smokes. I mean, the profit alone, even after spending in the high 5 figures, the profit after heritage fees, almost $300,000. Like, hello, give me a house somewhere, I'll trade in this little piece of artwork and get me a house. Like, wow. Like,
now, I'll also say this, among those 20-ish McFarlane covers, this is in the top half, not the bottom half.
Oh yeah, you feel that? That's one of your favorites?
So. I think so. I think it's pretty. I feel good saying that objectively. That from a layout point of view, it's one of the top half, not bottom half. I don't want to get into saying it's the 5th best or the 6th best.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But and I think that means something too.
Yeah, first cover offered in years, I believe. Yeah, I think it might have been Tom, and then saying that always creating wealth. Yeah, no kidding.
It went for a lot less than the last Spider-Man cover offered. The last McFarlane cover. I think the last McFarlane cover went for something like $600,000. Last ASM.
Well, this was in June, so wasn't this the last one?
Well, I'm saying before this one, clearly.
Previous to this?
Yeah.
Okay. McFarlane fans are not crazy, Stanley. And even Josh said the same thing. The art is better than the finished cover. Absolutely. Absolutely, and because it's sold through heritage, IRS knows about the gain. Look, no matter where you sell that, there's no way you're going to be able to hide that money. So why are we even talking about that? We don't forget, guys. We already know there's certain things we know about this when we do these shows that we don't bother to really mention, right? So the whole taxation thing, yes, we know there's taxes. There's no point in us to always have to keep repeating it, right? Just like we know that, don't forget, depending on what state you're in, it also costs you the sales tax, right? Yeah. And the shipping cost. Like, we know that. But we don't know what it was exactly. We can't calculate it, so there's no point in mentioning it, right?
But this speaks to that statement about the IRS knowing about it, that, yeah, but you're only paying tax on the gain. You're not paying tax on the total. And I'm guessing that anybody who had something like that for sale has set up something like a IRA that they can roll that money into so they don't have to pay the tax on it until they take all the money out, or they've set themselves up into some type of corporation where it's a corporate gain and not a personal gain. That brings your tax level way down. So there's a lot of ways to work around it. I think if you're selling anything and you make $100,000 or more on it, or you have an expectation to, then it behooves you to set up some kind of corporation to shield yourself from higher taxation.
Yeah, good advice, Matt. I mean, I will, I'm not a accountant myself, but like as a business person, if you should get lucky enough to sell things where listen, if you're not really good with math, if you don't really know how the taxation works, and you're just kind of somebody who hands your paperwork at the end of the year to an accountant or a bookkeeper when you make anything that's even like mid 4 figures, like if it's several $1,000s or more, you should always ask somebody who does know better than you about taxation. Hey, is there any way that we can maybe lessen my tax burden with this sale I just recently made? Like it pays to check it out, So, okay. So perfect. Fantastic example. Amazing. So great transaction. 7 years. Wonderful gain for the person who had picked that up. Yeah, amazing. So Kennedy and the Collector Corporation.
KB Homes as opposed to KB Homes.
Ruben, the tax advisor. Yeah, I wish we could profit off that. That would have been nice, you know.
I
But
think that's what we're supposed to say. Nothing that we say on this program should be taken as financial advice.
Taken as financial advice, exactly. Yeah,
Disclaimer.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Let's keep it rolling from Todd McFarlane, Spider-Man, a completely different artist, completely different approach to art, more of an artiste, if you will. Love this page. Some beautiful classic vintage good girl art. Check this one out. Personal Love, I believe in the 1950s, issue 24, page 4. Frank Frazetta with a lovely lady on it. Yeah, what are you going to say? Just your typical 50s era, beautiful brushwork by Frank Frazetta, you know? And
there's so little Frazetta comic art out there. You know, that he was not as prolific as the rest of his peers. So finding actual sequential work as opposed to a published ad, or an EC cover, you're always in a pretty exclusive club. I think that in the last few years, that art in particular has become sought because the paintings are so expensive in the $1 million range that I can't even imagine what this went for. It's really hard to judge without knowing. And I want to make it clear to everybody in the chat that I didn't look up prices on this stuff, so I'm guessing along with you when I'm talking about the values on this stuff. But let her rip.
All right. Oh, Cap's still with us. Frazetta brushwork is simply out of this world. It is indeed, my friend. It is indeed. Okay, so let me see here, everybody. I am going to come back to you. Matt has just stepped away for a moment, but I'm going to show you right away. So, as a reminder, we had a just over $16,000 purchase, and then 8 years, 5 months later, $36,000. So after all the fees locked in, it's roughly just under a $14,000 gain. And if you look at that just on a percentage basis, you know, it's really not like, you know, it's not up there with a lot of the other ones we've seen, you know, after 8 years. But you have to remember also, this wasn't, you know, even though it's Frazetta, it's not mainstream superhero art, right? So it still has a much smaller audience that goes after this type of material, you know? So it's not going to go on a percentage basis. It's never going to go quite as high, as fast as the superhero stuff, right? But still, nothing wrong with an 85% gain after, 8.5 years or so, especially if you spent those 8.5 years enjoying this beautiful piece of art, right? And ultimately, when you think about it, it doesn't even matter what you think about the percentage gain. Ultimately, because it was a, fairly pricey piece to begin with in the 5 figures, you ultimately end up, again, as I said earlier with the last piece, you don't even double and you still have made another 5 figures just in your profit, you know?
And so, when you compare it to the actual market, when you compare it to stocks and bond market, a 5 to 10% return is considered extraordinary.
Yeah, exactly. In
the under 10 year.
So you guys were going a bit too high. In Maki Boo Boo's case, a lot too high. Wow, that's wild. What does Sarah smell like? Oh boy, better than Kazra. It's not a bad deal for both buyer and seller. I think so too. Cab.
And I think that romance art from some of the best who ever did it is a really good investment in terms of long-term hold. A lot of romance stories are one-pagers, so you can have a whole story on a single page. So that's something to think about. Western art has kind of had its peaks and valleys. We talked about for a long time there being a potential fatigue on superheroes. We've seen in comics themselves that horror seems to be back, but we haven't seen, in sci-fi, of course, but we haven't seen, aside from a couple of superstar artists, a massive impact against older art. So while Transformers is huge and you've got like a superstar artist and now another superstar artist working on them, that hasn't necessarily signaled back to robot comics in general.
Right.
But that could happen. I mean, there's always the potential of that. There's always the potential, to the extent that, you know, published floppies are a thing, that we could see a return to other genres that weren't so necessarily big. I can't honestly see a reality where romance comics become a new thing, but I can see people becoming fascinated with this kind of interesting, awkward throwback thing of romance comics of the 60s and 50s, and that becoming a very, very collectible thing, because that, of course, was among the first art recognized as fine art when Liechtenstein was ripping off, you know, these comic artists.
Yeah. And to add to what you were saying about the romance genre and collectability, well, you know how it is with comic books. You know how right? Because the comic book market is more about speculation than it is about true collecting, right?
Right.
But nonetheless, so it's not that, I guess, shocking that in the era of CGC and, you know, professional grading and whatnot, and people chasing the high grades and speculating on grades, everything ultimately becomes hot for some period of time, right? Because everything sort of runs its course, and then the comic guys are looking for the next. What's the next thing we can make hot and look, you know, that nobody's paid attention to so far, right? And so over the last several years, a friend of mine who has been in the comics market for years was telling me how, like, yeah, in the last few years, wow, like romance, everybody loves to get romance comics now. It's like a big thing now or whatever, and people love it. And they say, you know, it's because not only was it ignored for so long, but also people kind of realized, okay, since it's not really about reading anymore, right? Because it's all slabbed and shit, right? Then who cares about the whole romance? What's that? Who wants to read that crap? It doesn't matter. Now it's about, hey, romance comics as a genre can offer us slabbed comics that offer us these fun, nice covers with good girl art examples. Yeah. You know what I mean? And in the comic art market, even better, because we're not relegated to only covers. We have pages on the interiors, right?
Yeah.
And when you see nice pages with great sort of like your classic tropes of the romance comics, the whole embrace.
Oh, Brad. Yeah.
You know, and when it looks nice, even when it's like you said, you know, with the better artists, a lot of the guys that worked on those are not even well known, right? So a lot of the stuff's not well known, but I've seen some come to market, like at auction, where it's like, yeah, very little known, if known at all, type artist, but it's a lovely page. I'm like, wow, that's really nice. And they're starting to go for pretty good cash. And I guarantee it's because of that, because they're noticing, like, people are like, buyers are like, hey man, that's a really cool, good girl, you know, images or whatever all over the page. I get that for like $800 or $600 or whatever, you know. My friend who I just was talking about with the comic guy, he also is a bit of an art collector as well. He's been collecting art for a long time, but like doesn't buy very often, right? And he picked up about a year or two ago, a page that he saw at auction, Heritage. And it had all the classic tropes on it, right? In this montage. And he drove it up. He loved it so much. I think he paid $2,500 or $2,700 for it. And I was like, when I saw it, and it's large, and I saw it, and I was like, trust me, if I had known that was up there, I would have been tempted to bid on that, and I would have thought it was at least $2,000.
Well, it's like us in our gothic romance paperback cover collecting.
Right.
You know, like nobody knows the books, nobody read the books, but they're all of a stripe. Yeah, some, and you know, some were more successful than others, but like there's a trope that is inherent throughout the entire genre of a woman running from a castle. And sometimes there's a horse, and sometimes there's a guy, and sometimes there's an inset of the embrace, but there's always a woman and there's always a castle. And so those gothic romance covers of the late 50s through the early 70s, and they experienced a bit of a resurgence in the 80s for a bit. And I at one point had a collection of 450 different gothic romance paperbacks. I was going to do a book on them.
I am not ashamed to tell you, I still own slightly over 700 paperbacks, Gothic romance paperbacks.
I still have all the scans in high res on a disc somewhere, on several discs somewhere. But they're all so similar. I'm like, I don't know if anybody will really find this that interesting because there's so little change between each cover. But the really good ones are the really good ones. And then there's the really stylized ones. Romance comics are like that. They don't necessarily have to be the best articulated, most technical drawings. But as long as the guy can do a good girl art, or as long as the tropes are present, then you have a great example of it. It's like having a page, a fill-in page in Amazing Spider-Man, you know, that has all the stuff on it. Like, it's still going to be a good thing. I also think that, you know, someone was talking about whether or not, you know, the success of things like The Walking Dead had caused like a big resurgence in horror. I think it took a long time for horror to resurge, and I really don't think it was Walking Dead. I think it was actually stuff like Ice Cream Man and, you know, Something is Killing the Children and A Nice House by the Lake. Like, as those comics started winning Eisners, and like there are collectors that only read that stuff, they don't read superhero comics, that made people realize that there is this other market that could be getting different readers, that we're not taking money away from the other things that we publish, like superhero, sci-fi, or whatever, that we have this other market that nobody's been catering to. And those Monsters comics now are like, you know, collector heroin. I mean, like, people love this stuff. And as well it should be. I mean, like, it saddens me when horror comics go out of style, but there've been a lot of crappy ones. And so, like, when there's good ones, as there have been in the last couple of years, I think that's what inspires more, is that a guy that's been writing a superhero comics, like, oh, there's a market for horror comics. I've got this story that I've wanted to do for 15 years, you know? So, but I really think Ice Cream Man was the jump off point.
Philip has a bunch of that. And Philip is still thinking about doing a show and tell with me. So you guys, if you maybe help me out and bust his chops.
I would love to see that, Philip. If you do a show where you're showing Ice Cream Man art, it's going to be new to 90% of this chat. They're going to look at it, they're going to appreciate it and think it's amazing.
Yeah, hold on. I would pick an Ice Cream Man piece, but it's not like the whole show and tell is going to be Ice Cream Man. You know what I mean? Well, so let's not get too excited and think it's going to be an Ice Cream Man art show or whatever. But yeah, bust his chops, everybody. Tell him to do it. So anyways, yeah. What else we have? I have Ice Cream Man art. Oh yeah, that's the Phillips. And okay, so that's it. We're good on the comments. All right. So yeah, romance art, love it. Definitely, yeah. The nice ones, nice pages. It's nice to pick up a page here and there, yeah. And it's starting to pick up ground even here in our hobby, the art hobby. So prices are starting to rise because people are noticing, you know, oh, it's a cheaper way, affordable way to get like nice, good girl art, you know?
Yep.
Okay, so there we go. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Now Philip's all quiet, you know, it's like, oh, guys, don't talk about me. All right, let me jump back in and go to the next one. And all right, so this next one, everybody, this is one of those that I've done with Matt on a few occasions. I think at least once in every episode, probably, where the piece has been flipped multiple times, right? Of course, in the previous episodes, it's like every guy who flipped it then lost money in succession, right? So this is obviously the opposite of that. This is different. And let's see what happens here. I want to show you 3 different examples, right?
We're going to go from human centipede to a daisy chain in this case.
Here we go on the first example, everybody. Check it out. Fantastic Four 114 Bronze Age, early Bronze Age cover by John Buscema the Great, Giacoia inking, and some slight alterations by John Romita. But yeah, so 2009. This was purchased for $7,700. I guess, you know, just under $8,000.
Different hand positions. It's different than the published cover.
Yes, because Romita was responsible for alteration. So it was the positioning as well as some, you know, art correction type stuff.
Yeah, the thing is different. There's a lot different.
Yeah. Yeah, those 2 hands, you know, coming from off panel plus the thing. That's
the position of the thing's pants.
And let's see, while you stare at that and look for more changes, let me see what other people are saying.
Different buildings, the rooftops are different.
By the way, CJ asked you, have you ever seen 1930s Ballyhoo cover art? Do you even know what that is? Do you even know what that is? I think it's one of those old magazines from the 30s.
Like Spicy?
No, that would have been a pulp. I think Ballyhoo was more of a like a actual magazine, like, you know, like Life was a magazine, you know. But clearly, CJ, he's not familiar with it, so the answer is no. Jeff Wedding, I should start a Marcus-inspired stone fruit artist-only portfolio. Oh, dear Lord. Ramita Fisting, wow, lovely. Who can stop the overmind? Who can? Early JBFF cover. Yep. Thanks. One sold way higher. Stanley's guessing 30K. Their costumes are different from the movie. What the hell? They need to wreck on the comics. Nice. And Cab says, this illustrates once again that those who got in early would be in the best position when selling later. But again, Cab, I take a little bit of the opposite opinion with that, because again, the artwork has been steadily climbing faster than most of us could afford to continue affording the same type of art ever since the internet, the advent of the internet. Because you make you make the connection to, you know, this sale and purchase being, getting in early. But come on, it's only 2009, right? I mean, people have been saying the same thing. Oh, those people are lucky, they got in early. They've been saying that since even the 90s when I was first starting out.
Yeah.
Because the prices have been consistently going up, you know, like too fast every single year. But anyways, so that's why I always say it's never too late to start, because if we go only by history, right? History shows us that as long as you decide to stay in for the long run, it seems that the art you buy ultimately 9, 10, 15 years down the road, people are going to say, oh, you're lucky you got in early, right? But today, people are thinking, oh, man, I'm just getting in this year. I wish I would have gotten in early. They think they're getting in too late, right? But in another 10 or 15 years, everybody's going to be like, oh, I wish I could have gotten in back in 2025. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you're a reader, you have an advantage. And I mean, the truth of the matter is that a lot of us who are collecting comic art aren't really comic readers.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've said that many times.
So I mean, like, while you were too late to get this, you're not too late to get the thing that just hit the newsstand last week. Yeah. You know, like, you can still reach out to the guy that drew that comic. And if you recognize, because you've been reading a lot of stuff on the newsstand, and if you work in a comic book shop, you definitely have an advantage, that you know the good stuff as opposed to the bad stuff. You know what's popular now but isn't likely to keep its popularity. You know it's a sleeper that people aren't appreciating, and you can get in, you can get that stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people that in the last year and a half have been buying Zoe Thorogood, and I'm among them. Zoe Thorogood's an incredible illustrator, and almost everything she's worked on is very well written. That speaks well to her future in the comics business. She's got already with being so new in the industry, a couple of Eisner nominations. This is important stuff to look at. Like, that's going to have an effect on the value of her work as it becomes less and less available.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, listen, Philip says that a lot of artists who sell new stuff are charging speculator prices. It's not that they're charging speculator prices in as much as, again, and this has been happening for many years. People think it's just happening like lately, but the newer artists, they, not typically good business people. Like, artists in general are not usually business-minded people for the most part. But what happens is they see the vintage market, right, skyrocketing, all these prices being paid. And so they just feel like, I want a part of that, So they feel like, well, everything else is going up. I'm putting my art up too. That's all. That's all it is. Simple as that,
Maybe Philip just has really good taste and he's expecting to get, A-list stuff at D-list prices. But I mean, I think that one good thing about artists today is that they understand their value a hell of a lot better than people did before. Yeah. And I don't think we should see that as a bad thing. No. I think that the people who are working on the stuff that we love deserve to have a good life. And the truth of the matter is that most comic artists are getting paid a pittance, and that when you measure the work that goes into a page, they're making less than the guy flipping burgers at McDonald's, certainly less than the guy flipping burgers at In-N-Out. And, you know, I see people making fun of Felix a lot, or like having a problem with Felix and his art drops. There's one guy in this business that's ensuring that the artists on his staff can retire, and it's Felix. You know, so I think that we were spoiled for a really long time by a bunch of artists who didn't understand their value, and now artists do. And that doesn't mean that you shouldn't invest in their work. It means that it's going to be a different market moving forward based on the original price point. Now, if you look at the fine art market for direction in this, you'll see that art that has a higher price to begin with accelerates at a greater degree than art that has a low price to begin with. So it winds up being a better investment with the more money you spend until a certain cutoff. And of course, depending upon what it is. I mean, if you get caught up in hype or you get caught up in spec and you don't have a kind of basis to be able to compare good from bad, if you're not, and I mean, I would love to say that it's all worked around, you know, who's a good illustrator and who isn't, but I mean, clearly that's not the case. You know, a lot of stuff that goes for a lot of money, I don't think is particularly well illustrated. And I can point out 20 reasons why I think that's a case. And that's objective, you know, based on the way they would be graded in art school. But that's not always the thing. I mean, it can be the passion of the title. It can be the storytelling inside. It could be the page before it or after it. It could be fascination with the character. So, I don't think we should be so hard on these new artists who are charging a lot, but it is different and it requires an adjustment like anything. You know, sometimes the dollar's worth a lot, sometimes it isn't.
Yep. So let's show, because Cab wants to see what it sold for. So on a $7,800 purchase, he resold it.
Whew.
9 years later.
Gain.
So yeah, so nine years later, and it's almost, again, not a double, but yeah, a 93%. And listen, remember, when you're selling it at auction, you're losing a chunk to the middleman. So it would have been over a double, you know, had you had the wherewithal to look for a buyer privately, publicly, what have you, you know. But yeah, you let the auction house do its work, find you the buyer. They deserve their cut. And look, you come away with a $7,000 profit. And don't forget, it's not just you're getting $7,000 back. You're getting your $7,700 that you first put into it, right? So you essentially tied up your $7,700 to enjoy a piece for 9 years.
Yeah.
Then somebody gave you that money back. You got the 9 years of enjoyment, and as a bonus, you get an extra $7,200 even after the auctioneer's cut. So nothing wrong with that. And
to put that in scope, that's basically a 12% per year improvement in value, and then you pay back a little bit to the house that sold it. So a 12% return annually is better than any stock and bond market.
Well, don't forget though that's compounding, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different, whatever. But hey, what's up, James? By the way, I forgot to say hello to you out loud earlier. And in fairness to Felix, I think that his prices are nuanced, taking into account the artist and work concerned.
I 100% agree with that. I do. But I see people slagging him. I mean, there was a whole panel at Comic-Con where two collectors that are famous for overpaying for things and who only buy really expensive stuff and then flip it really quickly, were on a couple of shows slagging Felix. And I'm kind of like, I mean, of all the people that should be complaining, these are not the two people that should. But, you know, beyond that, I think it's that they're not, their thing is that they want to pay you a little and they want to make money. You know, they consider themselves, comic art investors. Yeah. And that's very different than being a comic art collector. So if you're a comic art collector and you have a problem with comic art investors, I get it. And I'm kind of on your side. I sometimes buy stuff that I know I'm going to flip, but I'm pretty good about like knowing what I want for it. And if I think that it's going to go to somebody who really wants it and is going to hang on to it, which means they're going to safeguard it in the marketplace, I might take less on that because I have an appreciation for collectors because I'm one of you. a huge disconnect. I can't sit here and tell you that I collect commissions and then claim to be an investor. Commissions are the absolute worst investment you can make, but it's what I like, and I'm willing to spend my money on it. And there's, I have a plan that will probably improve the value of those pieces. But, whenever you see something that gets republished, that should be an indicator that you've improved the provenance, and that should improve the value. It doesn't always, but if you've got something that was done completely on spec and it finally gets published, that's a dramatic change in value. So, there's a lot of nuance, to the point of that post. There's a ton of nuance.
We've always said there's so much nuance to selling art. How do you evaluate art? There's so much nuance. I could easily say, again, I've said many times, I think personally, I just think it's character first, followed closely by artist, the combination of artist and character. And then there's other things. But even when I rattle off 5 or 6 things, there's other little nuances that it would take us forever. Like, you can't just always constantly bring up all the nuance. You just have to know there's a lot of nuance. It's not always the exact science, right? And just know there's a lot of nuance. So
there's entire hour-long documentaries made about a single song.
Exactly.
Not to say that every single page of artwork deserves that type of attention, but there's that level if you want to dig. If you want to go deep, we could easily do an hour on all of these. And, we did a half an hour on one of them. And to that point, I guess we'll go to the next piece.
Yes, and actually, Cab was agreeing with you here. Hold on. Oil cover made of stats and paste ups would go for published cover made up.
That's Fantastic Four, because clearly the one that got published has stats and stuff.
Right.
It'd be nice to have them both, right, and sell them as a set, but it might not make financial sense to do that.
Yeah, and Stingray agrees. He's accepted that if he ever had to sell off his commissions, he knows he's probably taking a loss, whatever, and it is what it is.
But I'll say to him, even because his collection is so focused in a way that very few people is. It wouldn't take much, and I would help you do it, to reach out to the publisher and be like, hey, I want to write a book about the fact that I'm a fan of this not exactly A-list character because it means so much to me, and I would like to publish some images of that. Are you okay with that? And they'll be absolutely. We're going to give you the academic contract, which is a fair usage contract. Just put a copyright, at the beginning of the book or on each page that credits us as a company and that clearly articulates who worked on the page and lets you do it. Now all those pages, all those commissions have provenance via this book that you publish, whether it's an ashcan or whether it's a hardcover, that there's only 300 of. That's something that you can do. And I think it's worth doing, but you have to be willing to fund it yourself. And you have to be willing to stock 99 copies if you're the only person who wants it. But there's no doubting that would increase the value of each individual piece in that book, which may be worth the cost of publication.
And with that being said, now that, because Cab's got to go soon, and he asked about, I wonder how much it sold for. Well, now you know, Cab, but what you don't know is that after profiting handsomely, holding it for almost a decade, 9 years, right? Enjoyed the artwork, and then had got the money back plus a nice chunk of change. The guy who bought it, on that last sale, take a look at this, all right? So that person bought it for, again, $17,925, right? But check this out. That was 2018, right?
Yep.
Look what happened to that guy. That guy who bought it in 2018 for $17,000 or just under $18,000, he also ended up holding on to it for, thankfully, more than 5 years, and then sold it. Check out what he sold it for. But boom. Yeah. Wow.
Now he didn't make the same net gain as the prior owner.
Right.
But he still made a really, really good profit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the thing, right? But look how similar it is. He's only off. So he held it for 2 years less, right? Just around 2 years, a year and 10 months. Yeah. And it coincides with the fact that the first guy made about 93%, and this guy's in that same level, but just a little bit less for holding it a little bit less, right? So just under 90%. He's only off by about 3 points, 3.5 points, you know. But yeah, look at that. So he gets his money back, and he also makes a nice fat chunk of change, 16K extra profit in his pocket, right?
Yep.
So that's fantastic. But what I wanted to show you guys is, all right, let me come back to you. What I want to show you, and this is I do this only because I want to, Matt and I really want to show just how much that, pound it into your heads, how much better off you are financially the longer you hold, right? So imagine if you were the guy who first had sold in that first example, right? Let's say he didn't, let's say he had held on to it, right? So let's take a look at this. All right, so in 2009, he had picked it up for 77, 67, and 50 cents, right? Okay, now imagine that he was, for whatever reason, we don't know why he sold it, but let's say he was able to hold on to it and only sell it when the second guy sold it. Let's say he held on to it for 15, 16 years. Look what happens.
Yeah.
So if he would have had it for 16 years, right? It sells for 40. Suddenly, his $7,700 purchase price comes back to him. On top of that, a $26,000 gain in his pocket, even after the fees.
And that's which is a much better advancement because of the rate of increase, because it's not interrupted, is able to ascend at a higher degree. So even though the end sale prices don't change, the difference to the original seller is that, of course, now he's only paying one heritage fee, not two heritage fees, which is deducted from both. But that it's also that the rate of increase over a longer span of time makes it a better investment for each individual year. And that's when you're really intelligent about your investing and what your money means to you. And again, I think these are both collectors. I don't think they're investors. I think they're both collectors. But that it reflects very strongly on both of them that they had a good sense of when to get in and out. And again, this is April 2025. What's the difference if this had been sold this past week?
Right.
Does this go for $50,000? Like whoever just picked this up is going to make money on it again because the Fantastic Four movie was good. It wasn't terrible.
Well, but that depends. They I think I'd like to reemphasize.
It was still smart to sell.
No. But I mean, for the new guy who picked it up.
Yep.
It comes with the caveat of whether he'll be able to make money on it. It's only if he holds on to it long enough, then he'll be able to make money. If he doesn't hold on to it long enough, he may not be able to make money. He may lose money.
I'll say this, Ruben, even though it's only been 4 months, I guarantee you there's somebody out there who's going to look at that artwork and look at the cover and be like, wow, the original art is so much better than the final cover. I'll take a $10,000 hit on that. I'll give you $50,000 for it right now. I wouldn't sell it through an auction house.
It's possible, but
yeah,
it's speculative on your part. Like obviously,
sure, absolutely.
It's possible, right? But
I think we can both agree that piece is more valuable today than it was 4 months ago.
Yeah, it's a question of how much, right? But by how much, really? And
if you don't sell it through an auction, who cares? You just made money.
Yeah.
But I think that guy wants it.
Yeah. I would hope so. That movie was good, but appears to be a flop. Yeah.
What are you talking about a flop?
No, because in the second week, it already dropped off by 66%.
But internationally, it's over 330 million.
I don't know.
Let's not confuse flop with.
No, I'm not saying he said flop. I didn't say flop. I'm just saying it's a bit. To me, I have to admit, I liked the movie quite a bit.
A big drop off.
So I'm disappointed that it was such a huge drop off. So. I think that this could still go for a fairly right. That's what we're saying, Cal.
But
right?
I think that 4 month difference, Comic Art Boston, is very reflective of the fact that it's got the highest Rotten Tomatoes score of any Marvel project since I think What If season 1.
So total box so far is 369. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not a film in trouble. It's not a flop.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, All right, let's keep it rolling, man. We got more to go. So So for this next piece, everybody, it is the legendary Neal Adams. Check this out.
Always a pleasure to see Neal Adams work.
Yeah, X-Men, from X-Men 59, from the classic run with Tom Palmer. Picked up at Comic Link for
Sentinels on it.
Sorry, Matt?
Sentinels on it.
Yeah, not only Sentinels, but look at that kooky third panel. I love that shit. What's up with that third crazy panel? Love that.
That bottom panel is pure Neal Adams. And there's not a lot of those pure Neal Adams, like, as we understand him from his other comics in X-Men, as like, that's a beautiful panel.
Yeah, love it. Look at the upskirt shot.
It's not exactly upskirt, but I mean, like, it's dynamic.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, really like it. So yeah, $12,000, 2016, everybody. And that was then followed up because it was held on to for quite a long time. And let's see what he made. So it sold for $22,000. So not, given that and this is a great example that shows it's not an exact science. You're not guaranteed anything by any means, even when you do buy, like, the top names like X-Men or top artist, Neal Adams, right? It's really, you could say, only a 71% gain. But again, this is why we stress better to focus on being in this hobby for the right reasons, which is collecting and the enjoyment of collecting. Because when you do that and you hold it for 9 years and then you go to sell it, you're likely to be less disappointed at your quote unquote only 71% gain in 9 years, right? Because you bought it because you enjoyed it. And you can say, okay, I really loved having this for 9 years. And now I get my money back and I'm still making an $8,500 bonus for having enjoyed it, right? And it really does, I feel, make up for the fact that on a percentage basis, it does seem disappointing, But yeah, I still think it's like, because people get used to seeing all these crazy multi-100 percentage point increases, right? So obviously it seems like it's disappointing. But again, if you're not buying this for investment purposes primarily, it shouldn't bother you.
Right? And Ruben, I mean, to your point, like when you said, I decided to set it up based on the amount of time, that's going to give you a huge fluctuation in the net gain. I like that. I think that's good. That makes it harder for people to guess. That makes this a more entertaining show. Now, I want to ask something too. I want to ask both Tom and Comic Art Boston, because I think in Comic Art Boston, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you're an X-Men fan, but I know Tom is. And does this showcase that Neal Adams' X-Men art is just completely undervalued? If this is a Batman page, how much would this be worth?
Let's see. Cat says, a couple of my grails might even result in a negative return as they are not mainstream artwork, but then again, I didn't pay that much. Yeah, well, that's a totally different situation. But yeah, a good question, Matt, right?
And it was Comic Link, not Heritage.
It's but as we've seen throughout all these shows that we've done together, even that is it's not always a set in stone thing where we're like, when we first started, right? Remember,
but I think Neal Adams is going to have a bigger audience at Heritage.
I just don't know.
X-Men art in general might even have a bigger audience.
Yeah, listen. In most cases, I agree. But then the more shows we've done, the more I've seen it
is all over the map.
Yeah, it's all over the map. Even at Heritage, you're reselling it at Heritage, but you're still losing your shirt. Yeah, it didn't go high as much as I thought it would have gone. So yeah, it's really not as.
But I mean, I look at that and I'm like, $20,000 odd for a Neal Adams X-Men page that's got Sentinels on it, that has that beautiful bottom panel, that has that psychedelic image, which is almost more of a Steranko thing. What about Steranko X-Men art? I mean, like that seems like it would be also very, very undervalued. Like compared to like when you think Steranko and you want Steranko, you want Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Like that's really what you want. Now, he did a ton of other stuff throughout the rest of his career. While he was never as prolific as he was, during a certain era at Marvel. But that's a that's making me think now about, like, should I be looking for Neal Adams X-Men artwork? Because he's one of the best that ever did it. He had a very brief run on X-Men. It's phenomenal stuff, but it's not the type of stuff that people really love. Like, they like the comic covers, and I don't know that anybody's read the interiors.
But you know what? I will say Stanley has a point. Because when it comes to that Neal Adams stuff, right? It's the original X-Men who we know. That's the one sort of downfall, if you will, whatever word you want to use.
It's not post giant size,
right. Giant size onward, that's the real X-Men value that gets pumped in, right? So that's probably what it is, right? The people that buy those pages, I've always felt it's more about Neal Adams, and it's the original X-Men, which doesn't have, it's exciting, whatever, but it's nowhere near as exciting as the new X-Men, you know?
I'll say this, as far as badly written comics go, you know, and as far as like the simplicity of Marvel in the 60s, and while a lot of it hasn't stood the test of time, those stories actually aren't that bad. Like, when you compare it to like the Avengers of the same era, or like the Fantastic Four is kind of different because there's such a different dynamic happening that I don't even think it's about whether or not they're well written. They're just great comics. Like, there's just a lot going on in the great comics. So I think it's almost, it's in a class by itself. But, you know, the Avengers, you know, again, a team being illustrated by great artists. Some of that stuff is even considered really well written in terms of when it was written. But I think that a lot of that stuff ages poorly. But I don't think that those X-Men have aged poorly. I think they are judged as being inferior to the excellence of Chris Claremont. But I mean, compare that to Giant Size #1, not the best written comic.
Right. But let me make one quick point about that. It's like, remember, so the more demand, generally speaking, right? The more demand anything has, likely the higher, right? The price goes.
Yeah.
So we're in a market, though, where the guys that buy the original arts, a few gals, the people that buy the original art in this market, right? Even the younger ones among us, right? The younger ones, so they've always grown up with the new X-Men as the X-Men characters.
I can speak to Chuck in a second, but yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. That's why that's why I'm leaving it up there. But everybody that's in our market today, like especially people younger than us, right? They grew up with the new X-Men. So therefore, their hobby dollars don't typically contribute when these types of Neal Adams X-Men pages come up for grabs, because they only want either Romita Jr., Paul Smith, Silvestri, and on and on and on and on, because those were the characters that they're familiar with. They don't really care for the original X-Men. So you have less demand in the overall market as a whole for the Neal Adams X-Men, just from that, you know, from that aspect of it all. So I really do think that has a lot that plays into why Neal Adams X-Men may feel a little bit undervalued. I think because the majority of people who do bid on and buy it are guys that are actually our age and older. And there's not as many of those people as there are, right, our age and in their 40s and, you know.
Really, and again, and before we get to Chuck's thing, because there's a lot of great comments that are happening right now about this very issue, but I think Chuck's issue is big and we're
I wanted to say, before you even answer him, I just wanted to say we really don't have time for this.
I know,
but it's a whole thing, right? It's a whole thing.
It is a very sexy subject, but so before talking about that, I did want to say that, you know, Philip asks, would you rather have a new Teen Titans page or original Teen Titans page? That's like Sophie's choice to me, because that original Teen Titans run from the 60s is so weird and amazing, and I love the art in it, but it was the Marv Wolfman, George Pérez stories that was happening when I first got back into comics, and I preferred the new Teen Titans to X-Men, and I was reading both monthly. So I wasn't a Marvel guy or a DC guy. I was reading both of those books, and it is objectively true that the Marv Wolfman stories are better written, but and that George Pérez is one of the greatest artists who ever worked in comics, and those pages are beautiful. But I think that those older comics are also have a quality that is just absolutely amazing. and to speak to what Ian just said, is that I'm not talking about the early Jack Kirby, Stan Lee X-Men. I'm talking about the Neal Adams and that era of X-Men. That those comics have actually aged pretty well. The Roy Thomas, Neal Adams issues are really, really good. And they introduce a lot of the stuff that Claremont's like, I want to play with that. I want to go back to that, and I want to do it in my way. And I think I can write better than Roy Thomas, and he could, and he does. But Roy Thomas was a really good, like, here's an idea, and then move forward. I think that Roy Thomas's best writing, honestly, was in Conan, not in the Avengers, because he really matched the style of the source material. But and feel free to disagree. People love his Avengers, and his Avengers are good. But and his Spider-Man is good. It's not great.
I find the thing about Roy that I've never liked, and a local friend of mine, and I always talk about this every time I mention Roy Thomas. He hates Roy Thomas because he's so wordy. There's if you look back at and I love Conan. I love the character, right? And I've read every Conan comic from Marvel in published. Well, in that original run, right? Plus the Savage Sword, right? Both of those runs. But when I went back and reread them, I was like, how did I ever like these early ones? Oh my God, it's like pulling teeth. There's so much. Yeah, he just doesn't shut up. It's like, Roy, enough already. But anyways, that's a whole other thing. We don't have time for that. But so a quick answer to what was it Robert who mentioned the thing about, oh no, it was Chuck. It was Chuck. About how do you feel that, like was it the same thing with the rise in values of art, even by going back to, let's say, the 90s?
I wrote an article that got picked up by Forbes magazine back in 2009. And it was what led me to write the Pop Sequentialism catalog, to do the show, and that I had been tracking the values of things that I had purchased 10 years before and 15 years before. And so in 1994, there was very famously a table that had stacks of like B and C pages from Adventure, from Brave and the Bold, and they were like being sold like by the inch, like 5 inches is $50 type of stuff. Like by Sunday, the last day of San Diego Comic-Con, they were getting blown out. All those pages in 2009 were going for about 1,500% higher than they were marked. Like that in 12 years, the prices had gone from being $1 or $2 a piece to being between $1,000 and $2,000 a piece. Like, and they've maintained that value. It wasn't like we hit a bubble and then they fell off. Like the going rate for these pages from this era of like not exactly A-list comics, Silver Age, early Bronze Age DC, are worth a certain thing. Like they're just all worth a certain value. They're all worth at least $1,000, and they go upwards from there. So that was my first instance of even tracking this stuff. And that was back before it was pretty difficult to track that stuff. This is the formative years of CAF as just like a place for people to put their stuff. They weren't tracking values. I had to kind of go back and look at auctions and go kind of month by month and see where values were going, what stuff was selling for. Some of it was anecdotal and what I was selling things for, but I talked to other dealers. And then you jump forward another 10 years. I have the catalog. I published a catalog in 2011. It's got the prices of what everything was worth. Now, not everything has doubled, but most things have more than doubled in just that amount of time. That's 2011 to 2025. We're talking 14 years. So,
and by the way, Chuck, I'll give you my quick answer. Having been in the hobby for since the 90s, I've been saying, I can tell you without a doubt that I've been consistently every year or two bitching about, like, damn, like again, in terms of that a certain type of art going up again and finding a new high and again, and me getting priced out of the market on certain things that I want to collect. I've been feeling priced out since I started. It's just the prices have continued to always steadily climb. Just in general, the market in general, way faster than any or the vast majority of us, our salaries and earnings can keep up with, So that's my quick answer to that. Yes, it's never, people, that's why I'm saying, Chuck, that like when I hear people say, people have been around for, I don't know, 7 years, and they say, well, I wish I got in earlier, talking about something that somebody purchased, let's say 10 years ago. And it's like, I'm telling you, everybody's been saying the same thing. In 2005, plenty of people were saying, oh, I wish I got in 2000. And in 2000, oh, I wish I got in like 1995 when eBay started. Like
in 2005, I bought a ton of pages from the first issue of Preacher, which had just hit as an ash can. And I'm like, I love this. And I met Steve Dillon, and I was talking to Garth Ennis, and we took those guys out for beers. We brought them back late and got yelled at by Karen. And not a Karen, actually Karen Berger. And I bought a bunch of stuff, and I flipped those a few years late. Well, back in 2010, I guess. And they were like $65 a page. And so
good night.
$65 a page. And so in 2010, when I sold them to Anthony, he gave me $2,000, and he flipped them for $4,000 to Felix an hour and a half later. So it's again, I bought the right thing, right? Like Preacher blew up, Preacher became a thing. And I had the first appearance of every major character, except for the cover, of course, is the first appearance of, the main character. But like the first meeting of him in Tulip, the first appearance of the vampire, like a great shot of all of them, a half splash with a couple of insets. I bought good pages. So like, that's what the stuff was going for back then. Like new comic art was going for 55, 65, $75 a page. I bought a Paul Pope. I bought the inside back cover and final page of THB number 3 from him for $35.
Okay, enough. All right, we get the point, man.
So I mean, like, but no one gave a fuck about THB.
Yeah.
On issue 3 or 4. It took a while for him to be. Really, it took until he did Batman for anybody to care about who he was.
Yeah.
So like,
people,
I just happen to like it. So like, having avant-garde taste sometimes pays off.
Yeah. But look, people are always in the lookout because everything else is skyrocketing, and so there's people that are like me and a lot of other people like, oh man, I can't afford it. I can't keep paying these prices. Let me look for something else that hasn't risen as much yet, and that I still enjoy and I can collect it. That's what I've been doing. I've been calling that collecting down, and I've been doing that my entire time in this hobby.
And I love that term, man, collecting down. I mean, I feel like I'm collecting down. Like I'm trying to get rid of this stuff to buy what I really want. That, and this is all stuff that I bought for a purpose, and now but sometimes you buy stuff and things get thrown in as a sweetener. But and no, it's not a flex. These deals were not just available to me. A bunch of people walked by these tables and chose not to buy the pages that I bought. Like, this is the fact. Like, I didn't have some inside track. It's not insider information. I didn't get a call from Steve Dillon saying, hey, dude, that I don't know in Los Angeles who's going to be in San Diego and I'm in San Diego. I'm going to be selling all the best pages from my first issue of Preacher for next to nothing. Do you want them? No, they were at his table, priced. So it's like no one was paying attention. That's why I'm saying readers have an advantage. If you're reading comics and you know what's on the newsstand, you know good from bad if you have taste, if you've got good taste. But sometimes good taste isn't reflected. There are amazing comics that were published, and the interior artwork isn't worth as much as perhaps it should be when you compare it to the cost of, say, an Eric Larson or a McFarlane page. And I mean, like McFarlane, the artwork is fantastic. The scripts were never that good. But if you like it for the art, I get that you like it for the art. If you're saying this is a great comic that I used to love to read and I still think it's good, then I have questions about your taste in general. But if you just have nostalgia or you just like the artwork, I get it. But like, no, I wasn't mad at Anthony. I was mad at myself that I didn't realize that Felix was a comic collector, because I knew him as a toy collector. And I'd known him for years at that point. And it's not that I wanted the extra $2,000. I would have rather have saved this friend of mine $4,000 more on the pages that he ended up buying. So, like, that's how I look at it. Like, I was very happy with the money I got from Anthony on that. I had to haggle with him for 2.5 hours to get to the point that we agreed. And that was, a bit frustrating. And there was also a beautiful McFarlane page from Infinity They had a monster at the bottom, looked very much like Spawn before Spawn. That was also part of that. But that was a page I probably paid $100 for. You know, that's maybe early, maybe 93, not 95. But
I always say it's never too late. The only people it's too late for, yes, I will agree that it's absolutely too late if you're somebody who has a very narrow focus. Like, let's say, as an example, if you're somebody who is our age and older, if you skew older and you just and you say, oh, I grew up in the 70s and 80s, or maybe even perhaps the 60s, 70s, whatever. So for me, I just love Silver Age and Bronze Age. And if you haven't started collecting art yet, okay, unless you have the type of job that earns you, solid 6-figure income, yes, I'll admit it's a little bit too late to collect that type of stuff.
Collect 55-year-old stuff. Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty true of anything. I mean, a lot of people here would be happy to buy gold at its price 6 years ago.
No, exactly. But that's what I'm saying, though, right? Like that. But that's what a lot of people collect. Like when people say, a lot of people complain in the hobby, like, oh, it's too late for me now. Like everything's so expensive. Yeah. Most of the time, I find, like, I talk to them and I find out, well, yeah, because they're looking for Amazing Spider-Man from the 1970s or 60s, and it's like, yeah, like, yes, for you, I suppose it's too late. Like if spending $25,000 on panel pages is out of your budget, yes, it's too late. I agree.
This is a really, really good point, Ruben. And to that end, you don't have to have 100 pieces. Like, no. The dude who bought that Bagley cover, if that's the only piece of comic art that he owns, he has an awesome piece, and nobody else has that piece. And while we can all argue about there being better, quote unquote, better covers, that's a beautiful cover. He got it at a decent price. I think there's a ton of room for that piece to improve in value. It's probably something that he read on the newsstand and loves. That was money well spent. He never has to buy another comic book art piece in his life. But for some of us, it's a bug that gets under our skin and we need more. And there's a sickness to collecting where we don't always necessarily make good decisions, and we're like hungry hippos, and we just want more and more and more. And that means that we appreciate the pieces that we have individually less and less and less. Not to sound like Marie Kondo, but every once in a while, if you got a huge collection, go through and look at every piece.
Yeah.
Go through and look at every piece every once in a while.
I've said that many times on my shows, many times, man. Stop focusing on what the next piece is going to be, right? Literally 2 minutes after you opened up your package of your latest piece and you shoved it to the side and you jumped online to look for the next one. What are you doing? I know a lot of us are guilty of having done that.
Collect down. But collect down, but improve what you've got, or just love what you have.
Yeah, love exactly. Love what you have. But again, for the new people that complain because they haven't started collecting again, and we'll talk about this in a couple of weeks from now. That's kind of the hint that Jeff was speaking of at the beginning of the show. In a couple of weeks, it's going to be a show on budget collecting. Okay, so a lot of people are not going to give a shit what we have to say. We already know this in advance. Yeah. But those people that don't give a shit is because they have a very narrow view of what they love from childhood or whatever. I love Spidey, I love X-Men, and I want to get them from the 1980s, whatever. Yes, those are going to cost you many thousands of dollars, regardless, right? I can't help you with that. It's too late for you.
You know what those people can't afford? They can afford pieces from Brand New Day, which is not a very well-revered run in Amazing Spider-Man, but it's part of the movie franchise. So that connects immediately to something that they probably love. There's so many examples of that. The Daredevil. Oh my God. Go to Mark Hayes' splash page, site. He's still got Michael Lark Daredevil pages. All of that stuff is in the Daredevil series. And most of it is under $500.
Yeah, for sure. That's it. Anyways, in a couple of weeks, guys, we'll be talking about all of this whole topic. And again, it's probably going to be a lot of talking on that topic, back and forth with all of us. But yeah, it's never too late to start collecting. But yes, for people who cannot broaden their horizons at all, it's probably too late for you, you know?
Yeah.
So whatever. Yeah, I'll admit that. So
the answer to this question is 6 years.
What's that?
The question on screen. The answer is 6 years.
Yeah. Adam, I just bought a 78 Tom Sutton. What's up, by the way, Adam? Tom Sutton, Ernie Chan, that I'd be curious to thought experiment on how long I'd have to hold it to see a potential return, positive return, since it's a bit niche. I mean, I wouldn't call it.
I wouldn't call anything Ernie Chan niche, and I wouldn't call anything Dr. Strange niche.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, man, you've seen some of these shows before. So it's 1978, so whatever. But as long as you paid the fair price and didn't overpay, like, you know, you paid the fair price.
Just bought, which to me infers that he bought it this year, which means he probably paid a sensible amount of money for it, not like 2022.
Right. Listen, Adam, make sure you hold it for at least 5 years. I don't want to tell you advice on how long it'll take before you can make a profit. Like, we can't tell the future. All we do know is that if you don't hold it for at least 5 years, there's at least an 85% chance you're going to lose money if you sell it at auction. I could tell you that, right? So hold it for at least a minimum of 5 years. That's it. That's why we say try hard. Even I don't even listen to my own advice often. I can't resist buying squirrels here and there.
Yeah.
You know, but if you buy them, try to hold on to them for at least 5 years. What else can we say? But anyways, we got to keep it going.
There are people in this chat that know that I give stuff away too. You know, like I buy stuff, not necessarily like I have an idea that either I want it or I bought it for a reason that I don't quite understand. And it's because I'm going to meet the person that it's perfect for. And if it wasn't super expensive, I'll just give it to them. You know, because that makes me feel really good. I get more value out of gifting something that didn't cost me a lot because it means more than what I paid for it to the person that received it. That is also a really good return on investment, just goodwill.
All right. With that being said, let me see. Where were we? Yes. All right. So from one great artist to another one. The next example, everybody, we go from Neal Adams to Frank Miller. Check it out. So his classic run on Daredevil.
I love this issue. I remember this issue.
Yeah, me too. I love what's his name? The villain,
Gladiator.
A Gladiator. Yeah, always love that guy. Minor, like you know, in the grand scheme of Marvel villains, obviously minor, not super powerful with just
now an important ally, a very important ally in the MCU version of Daredevil.
Yeah. He's very cool. Yeah, I always love them. So, but yeah, so in 2015, this was purchased for just over $5,000 at Heritage. This was 10 years ago, everybody. Let's see what happens when this gentleman, I'm assuming, owned it for a good decade or so. And
I mean, the minimum on this is going to be 15 grand, but I have a feeling it's going to be a hell of a lot higher than that.
Okay, good guess. Let's see, Matt. Ba-boom!
$84,000.
Holy shit. 9 years, not even 10 full years, man. Check it out. 9 years, 8 months.
Miller Daredevil pages are just nuts. Like I knew there was no way it was less than three times, but like this winds up being what, about 13 times?
What?
12 and a third times more. Sean,
exactly. Yeah, it's 1,231%. So yeah, I mean, that's just outrageous. I mean, wow.
I will be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Wow, just outstanding. What a return. I mean, there was no way, let's be clear, everybody. There was no way to know. Even the seller probably had no clue it was ever going to hit as high as $84,000. That's just to be fair, okay? I'm sure he knew he was going to make good money holding it for 10 years because the Miller Daredevil market had gone up quite a lot in 10 years. But this one still way outperformed the average Miller Daredevil page gain, you know? So yeah, 60. Think about that, guys. He gets his money back. And after getting his money back and enjoying the page for 10 years, he also gets a bonus profit of $64,000 plus. I mean, that is so insane. That is so insane. What up, Dwayne Zapane? Hey, Dwayne Zapane, how come you didn't bother to reply to me when I emailed you through your cap gallery, dude? So Austin Page, this one's crazy now. Yeah, exactly. Look at you guessing 35. Holy shit. Crikey, fuck.
Now let's also, be sure to articulate that $5,700 in 2015 was the going rate.
Yeah.
That wasn't a bargain. It was the going rate. This was considered to be a mid-level page at that time. Probably still is.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I'm with you there. Then Adam says, after asking about how long you should hold the Doctor Strange page, then I shall hold it 12 years minimum. Excellent. I hope you do, Adam. It'll bottom line is it will certainly aid you all the more. You'll do better if you hold it for 12 than if you hold it for 5. So that's no doubt about that.
And there's an important kind of subtext to his Doctor Strange page, which is that Tom Sutton was also part of the first class at the Kubert School. So that means something in the grand scheme of things. Like there's a group of artists who are all, year one at Kubert, and you get Bissett, Tottleben, Mandrake, Sutton, Buscema, I think Veach possibly, but so there's you're in good company, and maybe Sutton is the least of them. You could argue Mandrake is, but Mandrake had a great run on Spectre, great run on Batman. So
Tom Sutton, and a friend of mine is a big fan of Tom Sutton. Very underrated, but the main reason is he's very good. But most people don't really know of him or are very familiar with his work.
He replaced Kaluta on The Shadow, which was just abysmal by comparison.
But yes, right. But it's more about the fact that if you look at his career, he avoided doing superheroes. For the most part, he's always doing pulp characters, the scary, whatever, horror, mystery genre stuff, the magazines, black and white, horror. Yeah, he didn't do that much superhero. So, of course, people are not going to be that familiar with him or really care. You know what I mean? So, totally makes sense. But hold on to it, Adam. But yeah, that Miller was fantastic. A great game. But like I was saying while you were gone, Matt, I was telling them that, in fairness, I believe that example well overperformed. So that's part of the reason it sold for so much. I think it well overperformed compared to percentage-wise, compared to what the average Miller Daredevil page would have also sold for at a percentage, because that's not like a high-level content quality page either. Not the greatest Daredevil images, you know what I mean? Like it's not a
B page. It's a B page.
It's all right. It's all right, but it's not like, oh, that's a very good page. No, you're like, yeah, it's all right, So yeah. But sometimes you luck out. That's the thing. Sometimes you luck out, and the auction process aids you in some way. People get caught up, whatever it is, right? But you can't just think that, well, that happened to him, it'll happen to me. I'll sell my Miller, because then everybody sells their Miller and it doesn't do the same thing, and you're like, hey, what happened? Well, yeah,
That's like every page of 300 looks like that. They're not going for $64,000.
No, yeah, exactly. And indeed,
not only did he follow Kaluta on The Shadow, he followed Tim Truman on Grimjack.
Who did?
Sutton.
Oh, so he did?
Yeah, it's not good.
Interesting, because I forgot. Philip just reminded us. That's another one. See, non-superhero. There he goes. He was doing Star Trek. Yeah. He's a great artist, but never got his due because nobody really bought the kind of comics that he was always doing. He was always, and I wonder. It makes me think, and I'm just a total guess here, but I think, given how good he was, he really was a good artist. I think that he's one of those guys who just the superhero genre didn't appeal to, like John Buscema, right? Didn't really care. He made it clear over the years. He didn't care for superheroes, but he always was a professional. He wanted to put food on the table, and whatever you give me, I'm going to do it. So that's the difference. I have a feeling Sutton just said, yeah, give me whatever you have. Anything that's not superhero, I'll take that, I think he just he didn't like wanting to do it,
I think it was a Tarzan that was Buscema's first work, but I had a really high grade copy in the collection that I sold to buy my house. And I had never seen it before. And so I was like, ooh, opened up and looked at it, and I was like, Buscema's always been solid. Like, he started really strong and it kind of never changed.
Yeah. All right. Got to keep it rolling, everybody. If I want to get you out of here at 3.5 hours, Matt, we still have to rush it. So let's do this. All right, peeps, check out this one. This is an interesting one. An older example. We don't get too many of these too often. Check it out. So Savage Sword of Conan, an early number 28 cover.
Earl Norem.
So, or by Earl Norem, one of my favorites on the Savage Sword run. So this was purchased back when this was, for those of you who weren't around back then, this was indeed the going rate. Anything from 2,500 to 3,500 was right around what you could expect to pay.
I was going to say that might even be in the middle high.
Yeah.
For that era, and probably because it was a Conan cover.
Nobody. It really had the Savage Sword covers. But again, part of that was because painted covers in general back then, nobody wanted. If people in those days had this thing with well, they're cool, but traditional art is black and white, pen and ink. So this is like non-traditional. So I don't want paintings. Like, they're cool, but I don't want to pay a lot of money for them.
And it was also like, I like Frazetta, and then 5, 6, 7, slots down, I like Boris. And then 5, 6, 7 slots down, I like Rowena Morrill or whatever, So it was like guys that weren't household names, like Earl Norem certainly was not at that point. Were just kind of like, you were just paying for a painted Conan cover. It could have been your next door neighbor that painted it. Yeah. But now people know who Earl Norem is.
Oh, for sure. And there's a lot more respect and interest in painted covers now anyways, So
yeah. And especially fantasy and sci-fi covers.
Right. So check it out, everybody. So that was 3220, and then sold in May of 2017. So check out how long it took for it to really, for these Savage Sword covers to start gaining in value, right?
Yeah.
So it took 13 years basically, and it still didn't break out of the 4-figure price ranges. So but still, a nice gain for something that, again, it never had a strong collector interest and following.
Do you have a second sale on this?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a second sale on this?
I do not have one, no.
I would imagine if this were to have sold this past April, say, it would be $20,000.
Oh, yeah. This would be 20 to 25, somewhere in there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Very, very good guess on that one. Yeah, for sure. But I can say, everybody, that I did have a second sale for this, but it was technically a first sale that happened before this one, right? But it doesn't fit in this series because it only fits in the one episode I did that you weren't with me, Matt. The one I did with they stopped the insanity, or did they episode, where it was the exceptions to the rule. So the ones where people did make some money selling in less than 5 years. And that's the kind of show that's the only show that this would the other sale would fit in, because it happened from 2002. It was purchased and then resold in 2004. And so it only held for like less than 2 years, and the guy made a profit, Yeah.
Right.
But that was it for this one. But that's pretty good. But imagine, again, good. It hasn't sold since 2017, but you're right. Imagine you hold on, and even this guy, the guy who bought it in 2017, wow, you're definitely gonna get around 20 or more K for this right now, So
I think after you deduct, it's gonna be the difference in $20,000.
Yeah. So he's ready for a pretty penny, and it's only been 8 years for him so far, right? So that's it. Again, hold it for more than 5, and the longer you go beyond 5, it tends to sort of ramp up, right? So Let's see. Beautiful cover. I would have seen pieces like this at Comic Cons back then. Yes. A lot of lament, right? It's easy to lament after the fact. I would expect that higher. Indeed. Hydra, what's good, buddy? Great November cover. Not often, right? Not often.
He was the misspelling as Norem. He meant to type Norem.
Oh, I see. Okay. No, yeah. But all Norms are pretty great. He was a great Savage Sword cover.
16 by 20, 20 by 26.
Huh?
The size of his paintings.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't. Did I mark it down? I don't even think I marked it down.
I think most of his paintings are 16 by 20.
Larger, yeah.
26, yeah.
Yeah. But
it depends
okay.
if he was painting for a paperback cover versus a magazine cover.
Right. And so we'll go to the next one, folks. And okay, so here we jump up to another famous run. Check this one out. Another great artist on a classic character and classic run of that character. Check this one out. It is the Incredible Hulk by Dale Keown from.
I remember that issue. I totally remember that issue.
Cover 388 with that Speed Freak character, and purchased back in 2012 for a little over $11,000. What are you thinking here, Matt? What are you thinking?
I mean, it's just such a spastic character, but it's also such a cool Keown cover. I mean, there are just people who love Keown's run on Hulk. In 2012, again at 11,000. This might have even been a little high in July of 2012.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that you could still pick up Keown Hulk covers in the $9,000 and $10,000 range back then. I certainly remember in putting together stuff for Pop Sequentialism for that first show in 2011 that there was a lot of. I didn't really consider the Keown run on Hulk to be a great writer and artist combo. It wasn't it didn't win any awards. I liked it, but it didn't fit the criteria of the show. And there was stuff being offered even at 7,800. So, but that, again, that's more than a year early. I was setting up that show for May of 2011. So you're talking 2 years earlier. But, I mean, they might have even overpaid for what the market was then, or that might have been about what the market was.
Yeah, it's around there. To me, I figured. I look at this as what I remember of it at the time. I looked at it as okay, yeah, it's somewhere in there. It's around the market range. That's fine, But let's check out and see what happens, and we'll see how long he held it. So this is 2012 summer that he purchased it, and then sent it back to auction.
In what year? Oh, $72,000.
Holy smokes, guys. Holy smoke, check it out, man. 12 years, 11 months. So that's just 13 years. But what a gain, bro. 428% think about it, man. You get your $11,000 put back in your pocket. You enjoyed your thing for your piece of art for 13 years. And on top of it, as a bonus, on top of getting back your 11 grand, you get an extra $48,000 plus dollars. Wow.
Get a certified pre-owned BMW.
Holy crap, man. Yeah. This is CJ, you missed by a little bit. Yeah, Alex. Yeah, I think a lot of people were, honestly.
Yeah, it's funny, CJ, you even undershot the net gain. And I mean, you were a lot closer than I would have been.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, and I Stingray, I agree with you. It was never one of my favorites. To me, it's one of my least favorites, to be honest. But people love the run, and they seem to love any of the covers. So
it's edge to edge, which is sort of unusual for that.
Sorry, edge to edge. Did you say?
I mean, it's fully rendered. It goes within that box. It's rendered edge to edge.
Oh yeah. There's art. There's art covering kind of every inch
everywhere, every inch of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, man. Hey, the guy did good, and like I said, you never know. Obviously, what percentage you're gonna make, we can't even tell you. I wouldn't even deign to take guesses if anybody reached out and asked me, hey, it's been I've held this for 13 years. If I sell it now, how much do you think I mean, I would say, look at Heritage, look at comp, do your homework, right? Like we always say, look for comps, and maybe that's hopefully what you'll get. I'm not going to take guesses like that. We don't know. All we can tell you for sure is that you'll do fine. If you held it for 13 years, I'm sure you're going to be very happy no matter what happens, right? So there you go. You're going to do well, and you're definitely not going to lose money. That's for guaranteed, you know? So there you go. The Leno Hulk with the chin. Yeah. AIDS premium. Jesus. AIDS premium? Was that the issue where did he die in that issue, Derek? What's his name? Jim Wilson? Is that the issue? Is that when he announces it? I can't remember. Alex says that he thought the villain would bring the price down. Apparently not. Yeah, apparently. Did I have similar covers? Well, I had my Keown cover when I owned you know that, Stanley. You saw my two my first two show and tell episodes when I showed my former Hulk comic art collection. I had a pretty great, what I thought was a pretty great Keown cover. To me, the one I had was way better than that one. It's my opinion though. So yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know. Like, do people care though? Think about it, Derek. In your personal opinion. And I was a lifelong Hulk fan.
Well, that's the first appearance of a very minor character on the cover of Speed Freak.
Yeah, I know, but Derek's talking about because of the fact that his first sort of his second sidekick, his first sidekick after Rick Jones, right? Jim Wilson, right? And he's like, yeah, whatever. Jim, he revealed he had AIDS, whatever, and he ultimately died. And he's wondering if that had anything to do with it. I don't think so.
It's not that issue.
People don't even. But even if it was, I don't think people care. I think that's not a key enough event that people would care to spend tens of thousands of dollars on. You know what I mean?
The death of Jim Wilson is much later. It's issue 420.
Oh, okay. Those guys, Matt was talking about.
He's in a hospital bed on the cover. There's only about like this much artwork, compared to it's like all black. It's got the red ribbon. It's kind of like very stylish. I would imagine the cover would go for a lot less because there's hardly anything on the cover.
CJ, you went to college with a Speed Freak. Or many Speed Freaks. I don't know. The Keown cover that sold in the same auction was better, but not by much. Yeah, they were both kind of, in my opinion, two of the weaker ones of the run. But yeah, again, different strokes for different folks, right? And people did care to bid it up and up. So Dale does indeed have a serious following. So Hulk 388, quote unquote, the illness referenced in this story is identified as the HIV/AIDS virus. And at the time of this story, the virus with epidemic levels. Yeah, well, I know about that. I know about that, but I just don't believe that this result had anything to do with, oh my God, I'm so excited. That's the issue where the AIDS virus was revealed with Jim Wilson. It could be. I just don't believe that that's likely. That's all I'm saying, Yeah. But okay, let us keep it rolling. We got to keep moving, peeps. All right, another great artist, George, the late lamented George Pérez. And guys, so this is an example. I told you I'd tell you. This is an example where these two transactions are not the same person. All right, so this is not one person who benefits here. There were multiple transactions in between the ones I'm going to show you, right? But it was one of these pieces that for whatever reason, it just kept getting purchased.
More and more valuable.
Purchased. I don't like it. Or sold. Purchased. Yeah, let me dump it off to this guy. Nobody wanted to keep it after they bought it for whatever reason. So it became kind of like tainted, And so that's it. So, but I'm just showing you what can happen if it hadn't been bounced around. And if the first person I'm going to show you, here we go. Let me show you. Right. So this person bought it in 2004. And it only had, only two.
God, what a simple cover.
Yeah, very simple because there's no background, right? And 50.
I'm kind of even surprised that it's Pérez.
Yeah, really? No, I can see definitely Pérez for sure. I don't
could
see
be Romeo Tangal. Could be,
Oh oh, I see Pérez. I see absolutely Pérez. But, you know, $1,500 is nothing. Like, how affordable is that, you know? But I can see how, again, the thing is you can see immediately that the dearth of any background inking, right?
Yeah.
You could see immediately before you buy it that's the case, right? So
yeah.
Why keep buying it? Why did all those guys keep buying it and then realize, you know what? Yeah, I don't want this anymore, and dump it? It's like, you know, before you buy it, it's not, you know, the background kind of like lacking makes it hurts it, because as a, you know, from an aesthetic point of view, simply because it's a cool pose, but it with a complete lack of background, it just reminds you more of, oh, a single character commission piece.
I mean,
you know?
all the work went into the hair.
Oh yeah, for sure. But let me see what these guys are saying here. People like the taint, dear Lord. New stats added later. Yes, indeed they were, and you'll see that. 20K the guess here from Stanley. Hydra, that was not high in 2004. That was just the kind of, in all honesty, it was the fair price, because better covers were selling for more than that. So that was the fair price. And she looks different. All right.
Yeah, she looks very different. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Does not like look like the traditional Wonder Woman.
No, it's super weird.
Pretty bare without the colors. Indeed, it's sold from Albert at 4,000. Yeah, exactly, Marcus. That's what I'm saying. He's one of many people who it landed with. You know, hair power for sure, says Carl. And now that's a square job. All right. Well, let's take a look, everybody. Let's see what happens after one of the many sellers after this picked it up and then added, you know, stat replacements. So it definitely looks better now with the stat replacements. But this is what would have happened if the first person had held on to it in 2004 and only sold it in June of 2022. It would have sold, so it did sell at 11,400. So had he kept it for 18 years and 4 months, you know, not a huge in your pocket gain for almost 2 decades. But then again, it is pretty huge in the sense that you're starting with a cover that only cost you $1,500. So from that point of view, you know, you're pocketing another 8,000 as profit. And from a percentage basis, holding it for 18 years and making 500%, you can't sneeze at that. I think that's a very, very good return, you know? So, I don't know. You look like you got a funny look on your face. Maddie, what's going on there? What are you thinking?
I'm looking at it close, and I'm looking at it like from afar. And I mean, yeah, that's a fair price. With the stats on it, that's a fair price for a George Perez Wonder Woman cover. It's probably even low. But it's, I mean, not to sound like a simp, but to have a Wonder Woman cover where you don't even see her chest is weird.
You always want to see that if possible. But Hydra agrees. Yeah, it definitely looks better because it's more complete, right? Like with the with all the stats on it. You know?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it absolutely. Lee also agrees, benefited by adding the trade dress for sure. But anyways, yeah. So there you go. Again, the bottom line is, fellas, it's all about the idea that, yeah, man, the longer you hold, the more you're likely to gain. The more, you know, you're almost guaranteed to not just, you know, not lose money, certainly, and not just make your money back, get your money back. I mean, you're almost pretty much guaranteed to make profits. It's just a question of how much you'll make, and that's impossible to predict, obviously, you know. So, but yeah, like I said, up to 5 times your money after 18 years. I mean, like, it's not bad. But again, nobody did benefit from doing that because everybody kept flipping it. And from what I recall, the majority of people were not, the majority of people who flipped it didn't make any money. You know what I mean? If anything, it kept getting flipped for, like, you know, it's like, I just want it off my hands, take it off my hands. So more or less around the same price they had paid, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, so nobody ever really made money until whoever, let me see. So 2022. Who knows? If this guy holds on to it long enough, I think he has a chance of making money. But we'll see, especially since it looks better with the stats on it now. You know,
It seems low.
But we'll see. Yeah.
Even though I don't love it, it seems low.
Yeah. All right. So let us check out the next example, and that is DCC again. Here we go. Check it out. So this is Superman 220, first page splash, and purchased in 2005. So 20 years ago already, guys. And it cost only $11.50 back then. Curt Swan, unfortunately, not a very good inker, but still decent looking. Other than Superman's face, it's kind of the only thing that really kind of bugs me. Not great inks, whatever. But I gotta say, as a DC character fan, I think to me, DC, I'm always thinking DC's with their major characters. When you consider that their Justice League characters are, you know, their own version, like that's the equivalent of like Marvel's either X-Men or Avengers, right? It's their top characters. The disparity in interest and in prices, it's so shockingly huge.
A really bad drawing.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad.
Look at that leg.
I don't like the inking. I think the inking is worse.
Look at the distance from the heel to the knee, and then from the knee to the buttocks.
I knew you were going to say that. I'm telling you, I can see other things that I'm not going to mention that I notice are not proper, whatever. But I'm not going to
really bad anatomy here.
It's but you know, ultimately,
but it's Curt Swan and George Roussos, who is only the third artist on Batman. I mean, like, you know, there's history in this.
Yeah. Stanley's guessing 10K. Curt Swan Superman's face is different because this is not the real Superman. Right on, Sean. But let's check out, see what happens. This was held for, I believe, a couple decades. Let's check this out. And let's see. So yeah, February 05. Resold. Yes, sir. 20 years and 1 month later for $5,000. And for a $3,300 net in your pocket gain and almost a 300% gain in percentage terms. So, you know, not huge, but again, it's got the DC factor going for it. So it's never going to go anywhere up as incrementally the way Marvel stuff goes. And that's always been the case.
Nothing. It's not a very desirable piece, and it's increased almost 300%.
Yeah.
That's really the takeaway. The takeaway is that, you know, it's known characters, but it's not a very good drawing, but it is a title page.
Yeah.
And it in 20 years it went up 300%, even though it's not great.
Yeah. But again, if that person enjoyed it for 20 years, there's nothing wrong with enjoying your art for 20 years, and then, you know, you get your money back plus an extra $3,300 in your pocket, right? Like, nothing wrong there, right?
I mean, that's, you know, again, assuming that it's the same person. But again, that doesn't matter, right? Because that's what we said at the head of the show, is that whether it was the same person or not, we're looking at a 300% increase in value over 20 years for a not very exciting piece. And that's what's important to take away.
Yeah, that's the point, ultimately, right? So that's all that matters for sure, yeah. Let me see. Hydra says the lack of super thigh. Just a wide thigh gap.
The lack of muscle tone. I mean, how? Jeez. Well, we won't dwell. Next piece.
Mike is telling us. Mike Cushion is telling us that the Pérez Wonder Woman cover sold again at the last Heritage auction for the same price. 11. I think that's. Isn't that what I mentioned? Isn't that what I? Hold on. Let me look at it again. Oh, June 20. Is it possible that I may have
messed up the date? Yeah, I think it's supposed to be 2025, not 2022.
Maybe it was supposed to be 2025. Yeah, maybe that's what happened. I don't know. But anyways, I appreciate you pointing that out, though, Mike. All right. Okay, I've caught up pretty well. So yes, we did go over the 3 hours, but only a couple more to go, guys. So we're doing good. All right. So these next two, the last two, who knows? There's probably a lot that we can say about both of these, so it may extend more than we want to. But let's check this out. So this next one, guys, is we're going back to the Incredible Hulk. It is a cover that I once owned in my Hulk collection. So let me show it to you guys first. Okay. And so again, let me tell you guys, this is not going to be an example of one person buying and the same person selling, okay? This is just to show you what can happen with certain pieces of art the longer you hold it. So 1,700 in 2002 was what I paid for it. Okay, I'm the buyer here. All right, so I was the buyer here, but I sold it in 2004. Okay.
Now I'm going to use this as an example of comparison to Chuck of John Romita Jr. and Al Milgrom being interchangeable.
Oh boy. Okay. So let me just say, guys. So 2002, I did sell it in 2004, and I don't remember for how much, but probably around $3.5 grand, something like that. But look at what can happen. Okay, what can happen, but it's not guaranteed to happen. Keep in mind, this is a very, very minor key appearance. It's the first appearance of Sabra. My interest in this was always that I love the story because it's what introduced me to politics in the sense that the story, it was the first time I had ever heard of anything having to do with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's been going on for, many, many decades.
Now, wasn't she supposed to be introduced in that Captain America New World Order movie?
I heard something about that, but I didn't watch it, so I guess I don't know.
And
but
instead, they went with that girl who looks like a midget.
I don't know.
You haven't seen the film?
No, I didn't. No,
it's terrible.
Okay, yeah, no, that's why some people said, and I didn't want to. It didn't look good to me anyway, so I had no intention of watching it. And then when I heard that it wasn't very good, I was like, okay, even less reason for me to watch now.
It's free on DVD now.
So yeah, first appearance cover, yeah, again, but this is what we're going to talk about. Let me show you guys what happened, right? And then we'll talk about it because I can tell you right off the bat. That
great, JR, yeah, that's great.
Should have kept this. Yeah. Listen, if I was about the money, Tom, I can tell you I should have just stopped collecting the Hulk art when I did in 2004, right? Because I felt like it was getting too expensive for me. I didn't want to keep paying those prices. And I should have just stopped. If I cared only about the money primarily, I would have just stopped collecting and just kept the Hulk collection. And I'd be much, much art wealthier today than I am with my Grummet collection, okay? But I cared more about being able to collect. I wanted to keep collecting, and so that's what I did. And I kept collecting down things that were less interesting to people, cheaper, things that don't go up in value as much. And that's why my collection is not worth nearly as much as it could have been. But I knew what I was in for, and I just preferred to do it because I wanted to collect. So that's that. So they use Diamondback to replace the Sabra appearance. Okay.
Nah, that's wrong.
Oh, is it?
Okay. But it's. Yeah, because they were going to do the whole Serpent Society, and she's not a Serpent Society member, but it was announced that Sabra was going to be in the film, but instead they went with an Israeli bodyguard for the President of the United States, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And in that character, instead of it being Sabra, was a character named Ruth Bat Saraf, played by Shira Haas. So they kind of chickened out and didn't do Sabra because they were afraid of things they could be afraid of.
But that's an Israeli name. Can you say that name again? The Ruth name?
Yeah, no, she's absolutely Israeli. The actress is Israeli. The character is Israeli.
Oh, okay.
Shira Haas is the actress, and the character played in Captain America: Brave New World is Ruth Bat Saraf. So instead of having her be Sabra, they just had her be this Israeli Black Widow program graduate that works for the president. Yeah. But she looks to be about 4'7". It's super weird in the movie. I don't know why any of it. I mean, trying to find like the mistake in that movie is like trying to write speeding tickets at the Indy 500.
All right, I ain't gonna watch it, so I'll take your word for it. But okay, everybody, let's check out what happened here. And it had. So not only was I not the guy who benefited from the recent sale of this cover, but it has had at least 2 owners after I sold it, maybe 3. So yeah, so this is just to show you, had I held on to it, and had I been the one to sell it recently, this is how much I could have gained. Okay, so again, from 2002, so it's going to be a 23-year hold, $1,700, and then sold for $168,000.
I just threw up in my mouth. Holy shit!
Yeah, just a couple of months back, for an 8,135% gain and a 138,000 in your pocket gain is what you would have, or I could have made. So yeah, again, on the positive part,
you didn't know Benjamin Netanyahu, so you couldn't sell it to him directly.
But yeah, man, I mean, on the positive side, like I say, right, guys, it's again, yes, this is an outlier in the sense that other Hulk covers from this time period, I would have expected, like, okay, other ones were like 50 grand, right? So I'm not sure if this was the Sabra thing, the Israeli, because it's very topical nowadays, the Israeli-Palestinian thing, a combination of the two. I don't know. There's no way to know because we don't know the guy who bought it and the guy who was underbidding. So we don't know. But this is definitely an outlier in the sense that the average Hulk cover from the period would not sell for this price. Although I can tell you guys, the Hulk 270 cover by Al Milgrom and Steve Mitchell, which is not a very good one content-wise, not a great image, also sold very, very recently, and that one sold for $70,000. So covers from this time period,
clearly based on the first appearance of a minor character to the one or people that wanted it.
Yeah, like I said, either the character or the whole fact that it's very topical with the conflict, right, between Palestine and Israel, because it's very topical in the news in the last.
Can you imagine like having that much money where buying topical artwork is even a thing?
Because I know.
Topical artwork by its very definition doesn't maintain value.
I know, but you know the thing is though, Matt. Like, think, and this
is
why
Benjamin Netanyahu.
This is why I said that we could talk a lot about this if we're not careful. Because think about it though. On the other hand, what you just said, right? Because I thought about the same thing too. Typically, nobody has paid up for topical things represented in comic art for the most part, right? Certainly not to this type of strong degree, right? But on the other hand, I got to tell you, having read that as one of my earliest Hulk back issues, as a 12-year-old, I loved it. Wow, I just thought it was such a great story because I knew that it took place. It was kind of like reflecting, like I could tell that it was reflective of some kind of thing happening in these two countries or whatever, and it moved me as a 12-year-old, and of course everything that's been going on, you know, with those two countries since then, it's always in the news. I gotta say, even though people don't typically buy something like this, a piece of comic art, because it's topical politically in the news, I'll tell you, Matt, if it came down to it and I was going to go after this piece, I would sooner absolutely pay, more because of that reason than I would because it's the first appearance of that really minor Marvel character. Like in the pantheon of Marvel characters, right? She's way down at the bottom, near the bottom of the list of importance to Marvel characters. You know what I mean?
Apparently above Speed Freak.
Apparently above Speed Freak, right. So yeah, so that's how I feel about it. I feel like I would ascribe more value into the fact that it's a topical subject and great story attached to it than I would assign a value just because it's this first appearance of a really minor key character. That's just how I feel about it. But again, I'm sure everybody has opinions about that, you know? You're probably thinking because of the craziness in the first appearance market, you're probably thinking the opposite, right? Because it
makes me hope that Dinesh overpaid for it because
I
hope he loses money on it because, you know,
he's hardly you know, the only guy who will, you know, buy first appearances, though, right? So
right. But that's a
we don't
legitimate
know
first
about
appearance, not a birth page that the character isn't on from the issue that it's in, that one of our good friends is fond of posting about. But beyond that, I mean, who's the other guy that's a partner? And they did the panel together with Swag at SDCC on buying comic art, and of course they're only talking about super expensive stuff, which is why this is such a great anti-programming. Zatari, that Zatari's, I could see Zatari's talking somebody into spending that much money on this thing, thinking that it's going to be an interesting flip. But I don't know. We don't know who bought it, so I guess we'll find out later. Maybe we should check and see if it's in somebody's calf gallery right now.
No, I would have. I'm sure we would have noticed if if it had popped in there. Most of the stuff doesn't seem to pop back into calf.
You give me too much credit, sir. I'm not tracking the first appearance of Sabra in calf galleries. But what was that issue number? I'll check right now.
256.
256. You can go on to the next piece while I search.
Yeah, I'm just going through. I'm trying to catch up on the. Does Vivian know about this? No, I don't talk to her about that. Well, no, every now and then I do talk to her about it, but it's not something that I would like. I wouldn't bring this up to her because of the fact that, again,
my God, there it is. Oh, a Heritage just posted.
Marcus, my entire Hulk collection, I would have been, obviously, financially speaking, I would have been much better off holding on to not just that piece, right? So what's the point of keep rubbing that in her face or whatever? Especially since to her she doesn't care about comic art. So for her the money would have been much more important. But hey, she knows I'm at heart. She knows I just love this stuff, and she knows that I put the love of my hobby. I've always put that before financial gain. So it is what it is. Definitely not going into depression. I've never for a second regretted any of my selling decisions. So no, I'm good with that.
I've regretted selling stuff when I needed to sell stuff.
Yeah. Imagine all the poutine I could have had with that. Nice. This cover is kosher.
So much gravy.
Floats. Competitive first appearance collectors change the landscape. That is true, Robert. Ruben turned green like the Hulk. Nah. Oligarchs are hiding their money. Could be, absolutely. Could be. Except there's a museum over in Europe of this sort of stuff. I think the EC Holocaust story went there. Really? I didn't hear about that. Okay. Topical makes it interesting, anchors it in the time of creation. Absolutely, Hydra. I mean, like I said, that's why I love that issue, ever since 1982.
There's a lot of topical stuff that has gone down in price, that's
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. See, on the one hand, I've loved that story forever. And fellow Hulk fans who I've spoken to over the years who remember that when we've talked back issues, good stories, we've brought that up, or I brought that up, and other people have said, yeah, 256, I remember that too. What a story. Yeah, it was so good. It's like very moving. But on the other hand, yeah, like you're right, Matt. Like we said, typically the topicality doesn't add value. And yes, we know that some unimportant first appearances still do add value. But for me personally, I'm just saying is I wouldn't give more than just a few thousand extra dollars for a minor first appearance. Okay, but like tens and tens and tens of thousands, okay, if that's what they bought it for, fine. But I don't know what you're expecting. Are you expecting to invest that? Are you expecting that you're going to sell that for a profit one day for even more money because it's the first Sabra appearance? To me, it's a bit bizarre. It's not what I would invest in.
A good
Hopefully
point.
They just loved it.
A good point, and it's coming up, and I'll let you coast through.
Yeah, fractional purchase. Again, who knows, right? It's no point in speculating on that. So, your wife knows now.
This is the comment. It's like that Mike and Dinesh aren't the only ones that collect that way. Certainly, yeah. But their collecting style has inspired a similar style. And honestly, fuck them all. I mean, if all of them want to bid stupid shit up to the stars, let them.
Yeah. It's your money. Do what you want with it, right?
Do what you want to do. But I don't think that was a particularly smart investment.
Yeah. I don't know.
They're not guys that hang on to shit for 10 years. That's not their model.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Is there any bragging rights in that piece? Like the way there's bragging rights in the first appearance of Gambit, or like, the first appearance of Black Costume Spider-Man or whatever the hell they pay for. But like, it's a very minor first appearance, but it's the type of thing that they go after to flip. And if it's not them, it's somebody else who's going after it to flip. And you're absolutely right. It is very much a slab collector mentality.
And don't forget, guys, there's again, we've talked about this so often on my shows, like every heritage auction, so much of that stuff that sells, you don't see it get posted online. So, and this all started since COVID, when everybody and his grandmother seemed to come out of the woodwork and start buying this stuff up because they had all this money and nowhere to park it. So there's a lot more people that came in. Again, we don't know who these people are. I've never met any of these people. Nobody's reached out to me to tell me, hey, just so you know, Ruben, I came in 2020 when COVID, and I'm a multi-billionaire, and I just wanted a new. Nobody has done that, so I don't know who these people are. But there have to be. Hey, what's good, buddy? You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Welcome back, by the way. But yeah, you don't know who these people are. So again, I think we give too much credit all the time. Always saying like the handful of names we do know that like to buy this type of stuff, when in reality, I believe it could be one of many other very uber wealthy people that I believe are the ones who came in and have been absorbing all this stuff we see at auction that we don't see get posted online after.
It's in Netanyahu's collection. We've already established that. We're going to move on.
Right. All right, last piece, everybody. Last piece. And more I can say about this one. I'm looking forward to see. Yeah, exactly, Carl. Exactly. Yeah, a ton of guys out there, especially nowadays, uber wealthy with big time money. Konnichiwa to you, Tim.
Konbanwa.
What's up, Tim Finney? And so this one more to talk about. Let's see what we say about this, everybody. So, final piece of the evening. Check this one out, guys. Purchased 1984.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I ruined it. But check out. So 84. Okay, and I got to tell you, by the way, it was
maybe
somewhere.
The single greatest issue of any comic ever.
Yeah. Okay, that's what we got to talk about. So let me just say, first of all, I put $100 because I rounded it up. It may have been somewhere as low as 50 and maybe even 80. So somewhere between 50 and 100. This is coming from the owner himself. Okay, so the owner picked it up directly from Tom Yates, or Yates, however he says his name. I'm not sure. I've never found out. And yeah, let me show you, since I already ruined the surprise for those of you who weren't aware. It was sold in April this year, 41 years later, for $192,000. And obviously in his pocket, after fees, $159,900, for a net gain of 159,900%. So let me tell you guys one thing before those of you who might be watching this on Rewind and you're thinking, well, yeah, but he had to hold it for 41 years. Yeah, but it wasn't an investment, okay? Again, what I said earlier tonight, only people who think of buying this stuff primarily because they're interested in making money think that way, right? Because most people who are interested in making money want to make it quick, right? It's quick buck artist thinking, right? When you just buy because you love it and you collect it, you don't think of the time you've owned it. You don't think of time has passed and what is it worth this year? What is it worth this year? You know, as time is going by, you're just loving it. You're keeping it in your collection and you're just enjoying it. And then next thing you know, you're not a teenager anymore. You're 55 or you're 60 years old, right? And you're like, you know, you decide, hey, I'm going to show this and share it with people online somewhere, right? And then suddenly everybody's like, holy shit, you've had that for how long? Like, you're the first owner, oh my, you know, and that's it. And then people like me privately inform him of how much it could potentially be worth, so he doesn't get ripped off by the many con artists that are out there that did try to rip him off. And yeah, and so thankfully he listened to my advice and took it to Heritage. But let me say this one thing, guys, and this is what I figured we'd probably talk about, even though I don't want to go long because it is 4 minutes away or less than 4 minutes away from 3.5 hours. But I wanted to say the advice I gave the owner or consignor, the advice, not the advice, but well, I gave him advice to go to Heritage, but the valuation, I got to tell you, Matt, you can tell me what you think. We might disagree completely. We might agree. I don't know. This thing, as much money as this guy made, which is wonderful, and I'm thrilled for him, to me, listen carefully, everybody. Given what we have seen so many other things sell for over the last 5 years alone, okay? To me, this was such a massive underperformer. I was so personally disappointed. I think the importance of this comic to comic books in the last 40 years plus cannot be overstated. I think the importance of this is so much more than that final price gave it. I told him, you know what I told him? I said, it's hard to narrow down a range. So I had to give him a big range, but I was like, I think this could go for $500,000, but at the very least, $250,000. And I said, on a great day, maybe even 6 to 750. Like this is so key and so important in so many ways that I don't even have time to type out for you.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes.
So. If I were at Heritage when your friend brought the comic to me, I would have placed the value.
You mean the art?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would have given an assessment because I know how they assess things, right? Of between $68,000 and $120,000. That's what they probably would have valued it at.
Okay.
Now, I just said I think it's the cover. That's what I think they would have assessed it at, because they love to underbid and say we overperformed. We're so amazing.
Right. That's part of the whole.
Yeah. Well, you said this $100,000 thing was worth $7,000. So they do this all the time, right? So, and I want to speak to something that somebody said in the chat before I say what I'm going to say. Is that someone said, "Oh, but if you'd put that $100 into a fund in 1984, it'd be worth a lot. It'd be worth $9,000. So $100 invested into a mutual fund 41 years ago is worth $9,000. So we're going to move on beyond that. Now, can
I just say, because Kyle's pissing me off now, because he's like, well, to be fair, it is 41 years, and adding in, well, if you invested $100, just 100 in mutual funds 41 years ago, you'd be in a great place just from the inflation. I get that, but the point, Carl, again, that type of thinking is the type of thinking you get from people who are always primarily thinking of it as an investment.
And I just proved him semi-wrong.
And this guy did not buy it as an investment. He just bought it because he thought it would be a fun, cool thing to have, and he enjoyed it for 41 years. That's it, right? It's a collectible that he bought to enjoy, and it just so happens that after holding it for 40 years, he had no idea how much it would be worth, but
he's given a bunch of like gobbledygook numbers. All these funds change over time. They don't stay logged into the exact same stocks. So even though when you bought in, it might have had Apple and Amazon and Microsoft, it's going to sell and it's going to recycle and it's going to redo this. This is what mutual funds do. This is why you invest in the fund and not in individual stocks. So please don't play that game. If you look in the average, if you just type into Google, average rate of return on $100 from a mutual fund, 1984 value today, it's going to tell you less than $9,000. I'm going to trust that because that's what I can verify. But beyond that, I think that issue 21 of Saga of the Swamp Thing, is the single greatest issue of any comic ever. that wasn't a one shot. And I can't even think of a one shot that's better than that. But here's the deal, Ruben. That cover is not the first appearance of any character, and it's not even the best cover in that Swamp Thing run.
It's a classic. It's a classic, and it's beautiful.
It is a classic cover. I agree.
Beautiful and a classic.
I love it, and if I owned it, I wouldn't have sold it for $200,000.
But guess what, though, Matt? For me, this is one of those cases where it's not even, and I love the cover, okay, aesthetically, and yet for me, the vast majority of the value is because of its importance, which we could be here doing a whole show talking and discussing back and forth.
Very rarely means anything in this hobby.
Oh, but in this, no. But in this case, come on. Without Alan Moore doing
but it's
his
not the first Alan Moore issue. It's the second Alan Moore issue.
It doesn't matter. Nobody gives a flying fuck about number 20, and for good reason.
Except that it's worth more than issue 21.
No,
it is. Look it up. It's worth more than issue 21.
No, this is the reason that the reason this is valuable. This is valuable.
It's the anatomy lesson. It's the best story. It's the first holistically. Issue 20, Alan had to wrap up some bullshit from the first 19 issues.
Yeah, completely revamping.
21 is this is my thing.
Yeah, completely revamping the character, right? Taking a character that was just your typical, oh, man has an accident, turns into a monster, big fucking deal, right? He completely flip the script on and give this great, really original idea for a new origin, okay? And then from there, it just continued. People suddenly were like, holy shit, this Alan Moore guy, have you been reading Swamp Thing? And nobody was reading it. And it took like a year before most people started to catch on because it started winning awards, the Eagle Awards in Britain. It took a while for it to catch on. Finally, people started to say, okay, let me try it.
I was lucky. I grew up in Lynn and Salem. And Steve Bissett's first wife was from Lynn. And so while he would come and visit the comic shop that I worked at. And so I was reading Swamp Thing because I knew this guy, Stephen Bissett, and it was amazing. And he was always thought this Alan Moore guy is a genius. But Alan also gets a lot more credit for it than Bissett and Toddleben get for it. And they're very integral to why that is so good. But that issue is, as I've said it, I'll say it again, the single greatest issue of any comic ever written. But that cover, I've always had a problem with. And I've had a problem with it not just for the fact that Yates didn't do the interiors. He was just a carryover artist who had done covers for DC, and he happened to get the assignment for Swamp Thing 21. Whereas I wish it had been a Bissett Toddleben cover that spoke to what was on the interior. Instead, it's kind of a generic Swamp Thing cover. It's classic because we know what's inside it, but it wasn't classic when it hit the newsstand. You didn't go, oh my God, I wonder what that comic is. It was just like a typical Swamp Thing cover. And honestly, it looks a lot more like one of the old Len Wein, Bernie Wrightson covers than it does like the Alan Moore New Direction. So in a way, it's a little old hat. So I get why it went for what it went for, but I agree. I would have been disappointed if it was mine and it went for less than $250,000.
Here's the thing, Matt. That could have been a garbage cover, and I would still say it should be worth $500,000 because literally has almost nothing to do. Its importance to comics overall, right? What it represents is the importance of really the introduction of Alan Moore and how writing suddenly became super, super important to comics. Like his level of writing as a writer was so much higher level than anything that had ever come along before. Okay. And
I have a copy signed by everybody, the editor, the colorist, like everybody that I got from Steve. And I'm getting it pressed and I'm going to get it encased, and certified with the 7 signatures that are on it because it's classic to me. Now, someone's talking about how they don't like slabs. I like slabs to preserve the things that I love, that I know I've read, that I have in other places that I can read. But, it also makes it easier to assess the value. It's hard to argue the value of something that is, you can argue about whether something's a 9 or a 9.2 or a 9.4, a 9.6, a 9.8, or 10, whatever. It's super easy to argue that stuff. But that's a comic that is incredibly special to me. And I've always wanted to see, you know, what cover did you guys do that got refused? Because they clearly handed in a cover.
What do you mean? The Bissett and Toddleman?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
They did.
Because even within that, like, let's say those first 10 issues or whatever.
This isn't a mystery to me. I know the answer to the question. They did. They submitted a cover and it was refused. And DC went with Yates because he had been the cover artist.
Okay, I don't know that, but it doesn't matter. The point is Yates they kept them on, right? Like even he did the Justice League issue 24. He also did that one. You know what I mean? So he did some in between. So whatever. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't even matter to me, in my opinion, right? What the cover looks like doesn't even matter to me. Just on the basis of the importance, how important people need to look at that thing. The Alan Moore thing, it spawned the writer of he was the first. This comic book was the first time where a writer, and not the artistic team or the penciler alone, suddenly became the reason for back issue explosion and the prices, the reason for back issues, right, exploding in price. It was the writer.
X-Men 94.
No. Claremont had nothing to do with the value. People loved reading it. People loved reading it.
The first appearance of those characters is Giant Size number 1.
It's first appearance of all those characters. People love the characters.
Giant Size number 1.
Right.
So it's the second appearance of some characters, fourth appearance of other characters.
No. Matt, I'm telling you.
The Claremont writing 94 is why it's worth more than 93. And certainly, yes, it is the new X-Men within the run.
It's the new X-Men. It's not Claremont writing it that
did it. But their first appearance is Giant Size number 1.
I know. And then it continues in 94, right? They start a run, right?
But
so it's a run because those characters and the stories were great, yes. Right?
Hold on, Ruben. Let me prove my point, and then you can fight it and be wrong. But if you go back to the old price guides, it says Giant Size number 1, first appearance of new X-Men. X-Men 94, Chris Claremont stories start. That's what it says in the original price guides, you know, those Overstreet price guides. If you go back and look at when those comics came out, probably until last week, that all of them, that's how it's written out. That Giant Size number 1 is listed as the first appearance of the new X-Men, and right. X-Men 94 is Chris Claremont stories start. So first Chris Claremont X-Men. And that's what it gets listed. That's what the value is. Not that it's the second appearance of the...
You're right, but wrong at the same time, Matt. You're right. You would notate that because the guy had a long popular run for 16 years on that title. So you should notate that. But the value of the back issues, like when we were kids, the value of the back issues, because at the time nobody was, first of all, really reading.
94 was actually worth more than Giant Size number 1 when I was a kid.
Not where I live. But either way, it was the explosion in popularity of the X-Men. In those days, everybody with back issues valued based on artists and first appearances, this and that or whatever, right? Never, the writer made this back issue valuable. He wrote this issue, so now it's valuable. No. Okay? So anyways, the point being...
Chris Claremont's run on X-Men.
Alan Moore...
And let me ask you this. Do you think that Frank Miller's Daredevils are worth money because he drew them or because he wrote them? Now, granted, 158, which he drew and did not write, is listed as the first Frank Miller Daredevil.
This was the 1980s when everybody followed artists, not writers. And so it was like the art, but it was a combination of, the storytelling was so phenomenal, right? Very cinematic storytelling. That's what people were noticing. And so it was the art, but it just happened that the stories were also pretty great too. People were loving it, you know? And that's why when he would do like a fill-in issue here, there, whatever, sometimes local comic shops would also try to, as soon as they sell out, you know, they keep a few copies and they put them on the wall. Ooh, Frank Miller art. They wouldn't say Frank Miller story, Frank Miller art. You know, it was always artists because everybody followed artists. But anyways, listen, we could be here forever. What I wanted to say is, even more
also think Alan Moore is special.
Alan Moore spawned then, right, with his popularity, him doing Swamp Thing and gaining that traction with Swamp Thing, right?
Yeah.
It's what allowed him to have DC give him the opportunity to try Watchmen, okay? And then that success, which blew him up, right, is what spawned a whole bunch of British writers to suddenly come out of the woodwork and come over this side of the Atlantic, and a whole ton of them became suddenly, holy shit, people are following writers because there's so many great writers coming out now. People are noticing writers a lot more than even artists. So it spawned that. And simultaneously, what Marcus mentioned before, he basically gave birth to Vertigo. Yeah. Because of Swamp Thing. You know what I mean? So either way, we can dicker around as to whether, the X-Men thing, whatever. The bottom line is, I'm just trying to show you multiple reasons for why I feel Alan Moore, this issue is what revamps and revitalizes the Swamp Thing character, goes off on this 3-year-long amazing classic run, which then allows him to spawn off on a Watchmen and all the other shit that he's done that everybody likes, and V for Vendetta, whatever. Again, it just spawns so many other great things that it became like a cottage industry unto itself. British writers doing comic books, and it's just been, in the last 35 to 40 years, writers have been basically dominating the industry more than artists do,
Well, that's supposedly what the Image revolt was that the artists who became the Image artists felt like Marvel was putting anybody on a book with a house look, and that they brought the audience to the comics, and that was certainly the case, that they were bringing the audience to the comics, but they were also doing with the exception, honestly, like none of those comics were particularly well written, right? Like the Spider-Man comics were fun, and then McFarlane did his own Spider-Man before he jumped to do Spawn, so he was basically writing that Spider-Man comic, or had a lot of input into it. These weren't wonderfully written comics. Liefeld was doing X-Force, after his New Mutants run, and X-Force wasn't particularly well written. Valentino was doing Guardians of the Galaxy, and that wasn't particularly well written. And Larson was the guy that followed McFarlane on Spider-Man, and those were good because those are generally good stories, but it was certainly the look of those comics that made them superstars. But their argument was that we should be paid because we're the face of the book. And that's when it started to change again. But that was also coming up against the superstar writer. So DC had done heavy cultivation of these British writers that they had gotten from 2000 AD and other, Marvel's UK comics like Doctor Who, which is where they got Grant Morrison and Dan Dare. He was doing, Grant Morrison was doing Dan Dare, in addition to like little backup stories in 2000 AD. Now, Alan Moore had also done Halo Jones. He had done, Press Button. Done
all that
Judge
stuff,
Dredd
that people on this side of the Atlantic.
DR and Clinch. DR and Clinch.
Nobody cares. You know what I mean?
Sure, but if they read it, they'll love it because it's great. Because,
If you're a fan, you probably, I would think so.
But I think that, and certainly him being brought over after a meeting with I think it was Karen Berger at the time, and coming over to take over Swamp Thing, that's a massive moment in comics. This is my favorite stuff in the world. You know that, Ruben. But I also think that the reason that cover didn't sell for more is because we don't think of Thomas Yates as part of that creative team. Yeah, just more like he's just the guy that got the cover. He's the guy that got the assignment.
The first artist on that title. So,
but not the interior.
Yes, he was. What are you talking about?
Not during the Moore run.
No, but he started that title. He was the interior and cover artist, right?
The first 7 issues or so, or 8 issues. Yeah.
No. For the majority of the run up until those guys took over.
The set starts on like issue 14 or 16.
16 or something like that. Yeah.
And so certainly
Yates on most of them up until then.
But we don't consider Yates part of the Alan Moore team.
No, just as a cover guy.
Yeah. And so as just the cover guy, that cover is less invested in it being the start of a new thing, even though it's the cover to the greatest single comic ever written, possibly. And there's going to be people that are going to disagree. They're going to say that there's Neil Gaiman comics that they perhaps prefer, but I've always seen Neil Gaiman as a not quite as good as Alan Moore type of writer who got a lot more acclaim. And I do like his characters. But, that doesn't mean that I love the writing of all those characters. Marvel Man, written for Warrior, was a huge, Alan Moore title. And when it went into reprinted Eclipse, that was seeing huge numbers in the day that could actually rival the numbers at major publications. But the publication schedule, because Eclipse was running out of money, turned what would have been a really big hit comic into something that people just forgot to care about. And then Moore gave it up, and I think Grant Morrison had petitioned to take over Marvel Man, and for whatever reason, Alan Moore didn't like Grant Morrison and like blocked him from doing it, and they ended up giving it to Neil Gaiman to take it over. And I mean, that run on Marvel Man, I think precedes Sandman, but it's certainly like right after Cages, like really, really early Neil Gaiman stuff. And it's a completely different thing. And if you loved the Alan Moore thing, you may not care for the Neil Gaiman run because it's such a different thing.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think that the artwork on that run is incredible. And so like they're kind of a piece. But it's the Bissett and Tolobin stuff that you think of when you think of that Alan Moore run, even though there's Alfredo Alcala, there's Rick Veitch, there's Tom Veitch. There's these other people.
Yeah. And I'll go as far as saying, because I've been saying for 40 years that I don't know if people know if they've seen his pencils uninked, but I've always given far more credit if you want to get even more specific. But Tolobin, artistically, it's Tolobin who was like 99% of the reason for the finished look of those pages and how beautiful they are. Because when you see Bissett, if anybody's familiar with Bissett's pencils, he's a great storyteller, right? Yeah. But people don't get usually excited too much about storytelling. They see the line work. What does the line work look like? And his pencils are sketchy and dirty looking,
and yet look at Daniel Warren Johnson's popularity.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, to me, there's a real debt owed to Rick Veitch and
there's a big difference there,
Steve Bissett and some of the underground comic artists of the early 70s that these guys came out of.
I still think there's a big difference between Bissett, Tolobin, and Daniel Warren Johnson, and I don't really see that as very comparable. But anyways, just to say that the Tolobin stuff, mind blowing. But I wanted to say really quick, just to address Mark. That's a really horrible take, Mark. I got to tell you. Just because you're comparing apples and oranges. We're not talking about just some random middle of the run Swamp Thing cover because it's from the Alan Moore run. It's literally the first one. Nobody in America knew who the guy was at the time. Okay, nobody was buying and reading Swamp Thing. Okay, he became the most famous, well-known, well-regarded writer of all time within just a short period of years. And again, spawned like a whole, the whole Vertigo thing and all these other British writers that everybody loved today. So this is where it all started in Swamp Thing 21 with the anatomy lesson. So you can't compare the classic first issue of when he revitalizes that character to any random page of Miracle Man. Of course, that's not a good comparison.
But you have to admit this, Ruben, because this is a fact, that the value of Swamp Thing number 20 is higher than the value of Swamp Thing number 21.
I can't admit that because I've never seen that. And again, I'm not a comic guy anymore, right? But when I never saw it for worth anywhere near as much as number 21. So maybe in the CGC era it became so, but for me, I've never seen it. I'll take your word for it because I don't have any reason to think you're bullshitting me. I've never seen it though in my era, because people disregarded it. When I was still a collector up until 93, and we had the back issue bins, 20 would stay in the bin, 21 onward would be on the wall. You know? Yeah.
That's the era of readers. You know, we were readers. I didn't really care about 20. I had it because I was a completist.
Yeah.
21 was the one. But I mean, there's a lot of reasons why perhaps that cover underperformed, and I'm just naming why I think they underperformed. But like, again, it's the cover to one of the greatest comics ever written, if not the greatest single issue ever written. But it's, you know, it doesn't tell you anything about really what's in the comic. And, you know, I feel like if there had been a Toddle Bin Bissett cover that telegraphed the interior of that comic and had been the cover of 21, that would have signaled, okay, we're at a new start point, and this is amazing. I mean, you know this. There's a lot of comics that have the first appearance of characters in them, but the covers don't have the first appearance of those characters, right?
Yeah, I think the Miss Marvel, right? From the late 70s, Miss Marvel, the one who became binary, isn't it? Isn't that one of those examples where the 70s Miss Marvel,
that X-Men comic, you mean?
Sorry, the Miss Marvel series where what's her name? Number
Carol
17, 17, 18, 19. Who's that? Is it Binary or Carol Danvers or is it Mystique? No, not Mystique. Who the hell's the character that comes out, guys? Help us out here. I think
Mystique's first appearance might be in a Miss Marvel comic, and then the Rogue appearance is that Avengers annual, which connects back to Mystique, right? Via that
I think it's not Mystique.
I think that's how that happens. Yeah. But so I don't think Mystique is noticeably on the cover, but you wouldn't notice anyways because she's in disguise, right? Just like, you know, the cover of New Mutants 97, which has Domino. That's not really Domino, but we didn't know that, so it's Domino. You know what I mean? But I mean, would you agree that if that cover had been more reflective of the creative team,
thank you guys,
it may have gone for more because it's undeniably that thing.
Say that again.
In speaking of Swamp Thing 21, that if the creative team that we recognize as the creative team had the cover, and that cover was reflective of the contents of that comic, that it would be more valuable and therefore would be more.
Reflective of the content is hard, right? Because what made it cool was the restructuring of the origin. How could you have sort of shown what made that story so cool, right? There's no
without a big reveal
in a single image, you know?
Yeah, and I think that they were also like one of the reasons that they wanted Yates to do it that way is it's very much a throwback to a Wrightson cover. It's a very Wrightson style cover, and so, but it's a weird message to send that we're now going to throw that all away. Like, let's have this look like the old Swamp Thing, but when you open it and you find out on page 7 that we're just fucking blowing that shit up. Yeah. But I mean, there's something kind of quaint about that too, and there's something very what would become Vertigo. There's something very in that aesthetic about it as well. I think it's an amazing cover. Like I say, I would not, if it was in my collection, I would have wanted a guarantee of at least $250,000.
Yeah, right. So okay, but with that in mind, right? And trying to, I know it's hard, but trying to take out, your own feelings from it, and how you feel about it. Again, I know it's hard, but try. If you just try to be as objective about it as possible, do you think that being the first issue of, the beginning of the run, right, of the greatness of Swamp Thing or whatever, because that's where that story starts, and everything that came after with Alan Moore's popularity and, everybody he spawned, all those things that I pointed out. Do you think, your own personal feelings aside, do you think that 192,000 is fair, more or less than it should be worth, given what you feel about the cover and what you said about the cover?
I have to answer the most vanilla, unexciting answer that it is fair market value because that's what somebody paid for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
We can't second guess that. Like that's what it went for.
You kind of can because of again, you can't prove anything, but things sell all the time where you're like, ooh, how did that slip through? You know, it's not as common, but every now and then you do see stuff that are like, wow, that went, whoever bought that they bought it well. They're going to make money when they sell.
Usually not something this important though, right? Like,
right,
I mean,
right.
You know, I mean, I think
that's what
collectors know what that is, and that was the roof on it. And it's because the nature of collecting now is, as we've discussed earlier in this, first appearance collectors, that one image that represents an entire thing, or a beautiful piece from a run of covers. And like, because Yeats's run is really before the Alan Moore run, that's obviously going to be a record setter for Yates, but none of his other covers are going to, go for that much, because we know the reason it went for that much is it's the cover to an Alan Moore comic.
Hold on. Other ones from the Alan Moore run will still go they'll still go for 5 figures. So it's not like they're going to be $3,000, $5,000. You know what I mean? So it's still
right. But I mean, but Yates covers. What are there, like 3 Yates covers during the Alan Moore run?
I don't remember. Yeah, not much, but yeah,
2 or 3. But like, so most of Yates covers are pre-Alan Moore. Now, from a layman's term, they look at a Swamp Thing cover and they see, oh, well, this Yates cover from Swamp Thing went for almost $200,000. So now the cover to one should be worth more, because that Swamp Thing, even though it's not his first appearance at all, but I mean, it's the number one. Or the annual cover, which is a beautiful painted cover and an adaptation of the film, which is not a very good film. But I mean, I could see why general collectors may look at it and think that value would go up, but it's incomparable. Like it's the only of its type, right? It's like it's unique.
Yeah. Look at the point that Jason.
That's another thing that people who pay a lot of money hate, right? Like when people pay a lot of money, they don't want a unicorn. They really don't. They want something that they want a thoroughbred. They want, like, this horse won the Kentucky Derby, and this horse won the Kentucky Derby, so there's a value that I can assess. When it's a unicorn, they don't know how to assess value, and so value can go up and value can go down. So from like that level where people are spending $200,000 on shit, like, this is not you or I. This is probably not most of the people in the chat. So it's a different type of buyer. It's a different mentality. So they're going to have a higher degree of worry and criteria about how something is perceived. Now, here's another thing to think about. The more comics get published, the more the likelihood of better comics being published, right? So does that knock Swamp Thing 21 down further and further with every excellent comic that gets published, making that particular purchase not a particularly good investment? What are the odds that Alan Moore says something absolutely stupid? Pretty high. That could make the value of all of his work drop, the way that potentially that can happen with Neil Gaiman, the way that has happened with other writers who are problematic, not the least of which being Warren Ellis, who has a character in a Superman movie.
Yeah, again, 2 Neil Gaiman situations, that would be mighty shocking. So even though I agree that Moore has said a lot of stupid things in the past, whatever, is it likely to happen? No, right? He's pretty much kind of like out of the industry anyways, whatever, So and I would think it's already 40 plus years. It's like it's already cemented as legendary status. The Alan Moore Swamp Thing run will forever be looked upon that way. And
I would rather have the title page.
That's okay. That's
it's worth a lot less. It's worth a lot less.
Yeah, you're allowed to say that. That
fine, means more to me, because it's so much more connected. And I think to anybody who's really a fan of that run, they would want that.
But let me see. So Jason here says so pages from that issue are like 30K plus. That's true. But Jason, I'm curious what you What did you think about the $192,000 for the cover, though? I'm curious, Jason. Let us know if you thought that was fair, low, or high. Okay, I want to know from you. And just be happy you got $159,000 return on the investment. I'm sure he was happy, believe me, you know. I hope he wasn't disappointed because it came in quite a lot lower than I had been telling him I thought it would be, you know. He thinks so. So Jason is pretty sure it's a combo, nostalgia buy. Okay, good morning. What character did Warren Ellis create in the Superman pantheon? Why are we getting off on that?
The engineer? Isn't that his creation? I
think so. Combo of significant and nostalgia. Yeah, but what do you think of the value at 192? What were you thinking at the time? That's what I want to know. But you know, Marcus mentioned earlier that he thought that, you know, whoever the owner is, if they, you know, obviously assuming you've got some kind of level of connections where you don't have to always rely, oh, I got to dump it back at Heritage, you know. If you're a little bit wiser than that, he
I would
thinks
assume that the person who spent that much money,
he can flip it to somebody for more money now.
I don't think that was an investment. I think whoever bought that wants it. I think they love that comic, and I think they ran up against somebody else who really wanted it too, and that drove it to that price. But do I think it should have gone for more? I don't know. Like, you know, for the reasons that I said, I think that the market decided what the price is. That's what the price is. But I don't think that person wants to resell it. I don't think it's an investment. I think it's
I don't think so either. I think that's another of the countless pieces that are high end that have disappeared, will disappear. We won't see it for a long time, if ever, you know, and that's it. That's just going to go with.
I mean, I can't believe it even surfaced.
Yeah. I mean, that was wild. That was wild. But Jason, I'm not quite. I think I know what you're saying. So you were surprised by the price, but you're not really specifying in terms of to the upside or the downside.
Well, he's saying he wouldn't call it a good deal, so I think he thinks
it's a good deal. Okay, so you're saying you don't think it was cheap, but I understand why somebody.
He gets why they paid it. Yeah.
Okay, so you thought that it was fair and maybe even higher than you expected, is what you're saying. Is that's what I'm getting out of it, right?
So go to the next comment.
Interesting. So one thing, More Run is not as popular as many other. Well, that's so vague. What does that mean? Is it as popular as Amethyst? I mean, like, what does that even mean, Stanley?
So I mean, you know, name a really, really popular thing. I mean, like, sure, you know,
legendary series, legendary run. I mean, that's, you know, it's never been out of print. I don't think since they started putting it in a trade paperback.
It's not for everybody, you know. Like, so I mean, you got to be kind of smart to enjoy Swamp Thing. Swamp Thing wasn't written for comic readers. Swamp Thing was written for people who are pretty well versed in Lord Byron, you know, Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, and like fine literature. And it's as close as comics got to fine literature in its day. I don't really think it's been matched, except possibly by Sandman, which I enjoy less. And then you have a lot of other Alan Moore stuff, which is also very much mired in other literature. You cannot compare that to things that are engineered for the plebs, you know, that are like pushed out for like any little kid to buy. And certainly if you're marketing towards, if you're selling an inexpensive product to a wider pool, that's going to be more quote unquote popular. That doesn't mean it's better. Mm-hmm. It just mean, you know, and it doesn't even mean that more popular thing is going to be more valuable. But what it boils down to is that there is a very loyal and rabid fan base for the work of Alan Moore. I think that this price point proves it, because that cover, you know, and we've bandied this back and forth. It is the start of a brand new storyline. It is the cover of possibly the greatest comic ever written, but it's not a first appearance. It's not like the cover artist is not the cover artist associated with the rest of the run. It's not the actual first comic in the run that the writer wrote. So it's a weird thing. I mean, to me, like when I was buying the Miller Daredevils, I went back and I bought 158 up. And then when I was deciding what I was going to get rid of, I'm like, why am I keeping 158 and 159? These aren't very good. You know, this was him illustrating somebody else's story. I opted, you know, I kept the first issues that Miller wrote and illustrated, and went forward from there. I never thought that Miller was a particularly gifted artist. I thought that most of what was there, having seen his other work, he was sort of like very derivative of Neal Adams, and he certainly was coming up through Neal Adams' studio when he was first submitting. And it really wasn't until Ronin that his art style changed and anything very original. It was the storytelling. These were well-written comic books. A lot of it hasn't aged well.
But it was also the artistic. It was actually before the stories. It was the artistic storytelling. Again, in the fight scenes, it looked like cinema. The way he laid out the panels and the fight scenes or whatever, it looked very cinematic.
Actually, no, it didn't look like cinema. It looked like martial arts training manuals.
I don't know. Nobody ever, I remember describing it that way. Everybody used to say it's very cinematic. The way he lays out the fight scenes. It looks like you're watching like this, a martial arts movie or whatever. It wasn't this. It definitely wasn't the style, like the line work. That because a lot of people hated that. We're like, I don't get that Miller. I don't get the Miller thing. Like what?
I get his covers are pretty good, but the interiors were, messy. But I mean, so was Sienkiewicz's Moon Knight. But Sienkiewicz's Moon Knight was messy in a kind of glorious way. And the deeper he got in the run, the more he started taking chances. By the time he gets to the rematch between Werewolf by Night and Moon Knight, those two covers are phenomenal. With the werewolf jaws and the blood and the crescent.
Yeah. That was classic. Yeah.
And he had gotten so into a special space, which is why Frank Miller wanted to work with him, which is why Alan Moore wanted to work with him. So, I mean, but I give Klaus Janson a lot more of the credit for that than I give out, Frank Miller. And certainly when Miller was off the book and it was really almost entirely Janson, that book doesn't suffer for lack of Frank Miller. I prefer the Mazzucchelli run that he did with Miller, and I think that's amazing. I think it holds up. When I go back and read some of those older Daredevil issues, it just like Dark Knight Returns, it all just seems like Death Wish to me. Like it just seems like, as we know, a guy from Vermont who moved to the big city and was like ultra left wing and then got mugged and became ultra right wing.
Yeah. I did want to just real quick. I had this up earlier for Mark saying that Swamp Thing was at risk of cancellation when DC passed the book to Alan Moore. I'm aware of that. So it was seminal in terms of what he did. Well, it's definitely seminal because of what he did, but it was a no risk venture or whatever for DC Warner. Well, that's true too. But what does that have to do with anything that I've said? Like, I never said, right? Like, so like whatever. Okay, so it doesn't matter that it was at risk.
Grass is green, God damn it.
But either way, it's a classic. Whatever it is, what it is. Hey, it's not to say that $192,000 is not a lot of money. I get that. It's just we're giving our opinions. That's it. I still do feel like somebody's going to make money on that eventually if they want to sell it. So, here's something
to think about. That there was a Swamp Thing project that was in the works before Gunn came into the DCU. He loves comics, so he knows how beloved and how excellent those stories are. And I can't see him turning those into films. It makes more sense to do Swamp Thing as a series for Max or whatever. And it's not a series that would even have to be that expensive because television horror is not expensive. And I think that if you adapt them with someone who has love of these comics, that's not going to drift too far outside of what they were, then you can have a really, really good show. And I fully expect he'll bring it in. I mean, he also wants to do Deadman. Deadman's not going to be a character in movies, and Deadman's not a good character for a film, but he's great for a TV series.
Yeah. Did you watch that Swamp Thing single season show?
It was good. It was pretty good.
I really liked it.
Yeah,
I thought it was really good. I was like,
really captured, but it wasn't really the Moore Swamp Thing, but it captured the pre-Moore stuff in a very Moore way. You know what I mean?
I seem to recall it had some elements of the Moore
Abigail
of what Moore had done though.
Yeah, but I mean, it didn't really go there.
I'd have to go and read it and watch it again, but I really enjoyed it.
I mean, that rebooted Hellblazer series, the Constantine series, was pretty good.
Oh, really?
I mean, yeah.
Oh.
They just couldn't find an audience for it. They kept moving it around like every different day of the week. Yeah, an anthology series that has Swamp Thing somehow connected. But I mean, Marvel could have done that with Man-Thing. You know, like, Marvel could have, they could do the reboot of Darkhawk, which is much more like Avatar, do that as a series. People would love the hell out of that. Like, that would be an amazing series. Doesn't have to connect in any way back to the MCU. It's just a fucking ATM. It just makes money.
Yeah.
But they're caught in this mentality that everything has to be an advertisement for the next thing. And that's been their undoing for like 3 years now.
Yeah. Well, anyways, everyone, obviously we failed in our quest. But I hope we still succeeded in entertaining you all, which is really ultimately the main goal, at least. I think it was entertaining. I hope you guys think so too. I really had a great time tonight. Matt.
Me too. Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad.
I was really impressed with the chat tonight. Really impressed with you guys. Thank you. It was really good commentary. I had a really good time.
Great commentary.
What you had to write. It was just fun.
Yeah. Great commentary, and the willingness to keep jumping in and knowing that we want to hear from you, even though we can't physically hear from you. And because of that, there's no other way to do it other than for me to get your questions, read them out loud and whatever, but interact. But I like to see that willingness that, you keep pumping in comments over and over and over and over. It shows that you guys give a shit. You care. You're into what we're doing. You're into like being a part of it. I guess, like I always say, right? You want to be a part of it, not just sit there quietly and watch. Although again, some of you are fine and content to sit and watch, and that is fine. But to make these shows more interesting for those people who just want to sit back and watch, we still need a certain amount of people who do want to talk and chat with us, right? I think that's what makes it more entertaining, right? So
two things before we end the show, Ruben, if I may. One is that if you get those DC Absolute editions of Swamp Thing, the color is beautiful. It is approved. The creative team have looked at it and approved this new coloring because it's different paper. Those original issues were on newsprint, and a lot of times when you move that old coloring onto Baxter paper and the more expensive paper that we use now, there's a loss in translation and it doesn't look good. This was completely gone back to the beginning and recolored beautifully. All of those Swamp Thing Absolute editions are great. I would even say that if you read the Alan Moore issues, I think they're working on the Tom Veitch run as well as its own omnibus, and that will be coming out soon. That's also a really worthy sequel to the Alan Moore run. And second, Roby Amor, I'm going to send you an email. I have a commission. I want you to take ahead of all the other commissions that you're going to get from the people in the chat. We'll talk soon.
Who was that?
Roby Amor.
Oh, it's Roby. Okay. Yeah. And thank you, Jeffrey Darcy. Appreciate it. He just, in case you didn't see that, Matt, after I had said, I hope you guys enjoyed it and were entertained. He says, I win. Great show.
Awesome.
So that's good. Well, I really do appreciate that, because like I said, whatever happens, that's ultimately, we're doing it for an audience. Matt and I could just have private conversations if we wanted to, but it's just more fun with a lot more people getting in on the chat, right? And talking and getting in on the conversation, All right. So last few comments. I'm gonna leave you guys out so we can get out of here. What about more Sandman? What do you mean more Sandman? Thank you, Mark, and thank you for you haven't been around that much lately in recent months, so I appreciate you, and thank you for making some great comments, regardless of whether we agree or disagree on them.
And to Mark Long, and speaking to his prior comment, I did the exact same thing. I started reading those Daredevils. I would pick up the occasional issue, but it was 181, and then I went back and read the whole run. And that 158 was a huge and tremendous disappointment because I expected it to be of the same caliber of the issues that Miller had written. So we're on the same page.
Okay.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, Peter.
I'm misusing Stanley says I'm misusing my power. What power do I have and how am I misusing it? Please instruct me, because I would love to misuse it to a greater degree.
Stanley's such a fucking shit disturber. He's so good. But anyways, yeah, guys, so what am I doing next week? Yes, I have a show and tell, first collector show and tell in, I don't remember how long, but it's quite some time, I think. So we're gonna leave you out with the thumbnail for that. Comic Collector UA. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for dropping in again and sticking around this long. Appreciate it. Yeah, so we will leave you, and let me put this up here. Matt should commission Robbie for Deathstalker. Oh, that's what you were talking about.
Deathstalker. Death meets Deathstalker. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Hey, might be pretty cool. Sean, great show, Matt and Associates. You bastard.
From one mass hole to another, I thank you, sir. Wicked awesome.
Oh, Matt should stream one time in a casino. What the?
They frown on that.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, let me put that up here. Okay, let me find it. Okay, here it is. So, thank you again, everybody. Don't forget Nicky B show Friday. A lot of art to sell. John Romita Jr., Danny Mickey, All-Star Batman #3, and a complete book. And yeah, so this is Comic Art Show and Tell number 78 with Andrew G. You guys may know him from CAF. He goes by Chaikin Dude. That's the name he's always gone by. So we will hopefully get to know him a little bit on a more personal level, a little bit more about his collecting, and take a good look at his collection and see that he's about more than just Howard Chaikin. So yeah, that'll be fun. Thank you so much. Marcus says you're banned.
Too much card counting.
Not just stream from the buffet. Yeah. So Tom, you already know Chaikin Dude. Awesome. All right. So yeah, so it should be a fun time, guys. Thanks again so much for everybody for hanging out with us this long, and have a great week. We will see you here again next week. Peace, and as always, go blue. Thank you again, Matt.
Word.